Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mrs. Richards, may I have roll call, please?
Thank you, President Anderson. Let the record show all 5 board members are present.
Thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I motion that we approve the agenda. Anna seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, Mrs. Richards, any upcoming events?
We're looking forward to our visit to Cortina Elementary. That will be on Thursday, October 24th. We also have a parent event. It is a drug trends, I've got different stuff here. Drug Trends District Office Board Room. That will occur on the 24th. Also, there is another board business meeting on October 29th, and everybody's anticipating Election Day on November 5th. That says bullying prevention, and my notes say drug trends. Ms. Miller, it's bullying rather than drug trends for the, there's a typo on here or something, because I've got Drug Trends District Office Boardroom, October 24th, and up there we have.
I believe it is bullying prevention for
Okay.
parents and students.
That's good. What's up here is correct. What I said is not. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
Okay. Next is the public hearing. We will now move to a public hearing for an update on the current maintenance and operation override with Mr. Moore.
Good evening, President Anderson, members of the board. Tonight, I'll be presenting our annual override report for fiscal year 2024. Just a reminder, what is this override report? This override report is a requirement by Arizona Revised Statute 15-481Y. I'm not going to read through that whole thing, but essentially what it states is the district's obligated to present in a public forum how the district spent its override, if it does have a voter-approved override or bond. Currently, we do not have any bond funds remaining, so we had no bond expenditures for 24, but we do have a voter-approved override, so that is what I'll be presenting tonight. That report needs to be presented between September 1st and October 31st. This board meeting is the soonest we can present that. And so I will go into how we spent that override in 2024. First, I want to remind the board, this override was passed by voters in 2019. The override was passed to allocate additional resources to these 6 bullet points. The first one, increase teacher compensation. The second one, maintain and improve elementary specials such as arts, music, PE, and district athletics. The third bullet, provide staffing to maintain average class sizes. 4, supports gifted special education and all-day kindergarten. And lastly, provide educational resources for a lot of those programs. Looking at how the override expenditures took place in fiscal year 24, this is again last fiscal year. The override totaled an additional $13.8 million in additional M&O capacity for the district. Majority of that money was utilized to maintain and increase teacher compensation. Second, maintain and improve elementary specials. Third was maintain average class sizes. And then last two, supported gifted SPED, all-day kindergarten, and provided educational resources to the classroom. In addition, this year the board approved our FY25 budget. Within that budget, the board approved our estimated override amount in the amount of $14.1 million. Just a reminder, here's a little history and timeline of our current override and what voters have approved in the past. So Higley has a history of passing overrides back to 2003, excuse me. At that time, it was a 10% override that was then renewed in 2008. But this was in 2012 and 2013 that did fail. The district did bring back override in 2015, and that passed. And then the district renewed that in 2019. So currently, we're operating under that 2019 renewal. Just a timeline. The M&O override is a 7-year authorization, but only 5 years of fully funded. This is our last year of our fully funded override from the 2019 renewal. Again, that financial implication, as I just highlighted in the last slide, was about just over $14 million in additional M&O budget capacity that's providing the district. The board did approve a resolution to put the renewal of this override on the ballot this November. So year 6 will look a little different depending how that election turns out. If that election does not pass, we'll need to move into what they call the phase down or reduction year. So years 6 and 7 of the override include a phase down approach. That amount of reduction is outlined in statute. So that first year would be a 33% reduction. And I've earmarked what that estimated approximately would be. It'd be about $4.6 million we would have to reduce out of our budget. If the district or board did not choose to go out for an override renewal after year 6, we would go then proceed into year 7, and that would be a 67% reduction of this 2019 override, which would equate to about $9.4 million reduction in M&O budget capacity. And then ultimately, year 8 would be the full elimination of this M&O override. And with that, it's a brief presentation, but if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer any.
No questions or comments from the board? Okay. I'm sorry? Yeah, I was getting ready to say, thank you. So we're going to open it up to the public for public comments regarding the current maintenance and operation override, but I want to read a statement before we begin. The district is prohibited under state law from using public resources to influence the outcome of an election. Accordingly, we ask that all speakers refrain from discussing candidates or issues that will present in the upcoming election. And it's now open for anybody from the public that would like to make a comment. Okay. We will now reconvene in open session. Moving on to the consent agenda, I motion to approve consent agenda items 5.1 to 5.11.
Second.
Amanda seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving on to our information items, beginning with 6.1, the annual financial report for fiscal year 2024. And we'll go back to Mr. Moore for the presentation.
Thank you, Board President Anderson, members of the board. In kind of tagging along to the override report, we are also on the agenda is the 2024 annual financial report. This is a summary of all our expenditures for last fiscal year. So what is the AFR? Again, like I said, this is a expenditure report required by the Auditor General. That's a summary of all our expenditures for fiscal '24. It encompasses 5+ reports. We did actually get a report off the list this year, which is rare, but the results-based funding, as you know, last legislative cycle was decommissioned and then put into the operating budget. That results-based funding was incentives for high letter grades and test scores, but that now was distributed across the maintenance and operations fund as a whole. So that report is not required anymore, which is nice because we have a lot of reports that we do. This report encompasses over $182 million in total expenditures. And again, that's all funds, not just maintenance and operations and capital. And also 353,000 accounting transactions. And so this is my one time to give kudos to my team. I get the pleasure of presenting this information, but we have a finance team that really looks at every single one of those transactions and makes sure they're in alignment with state law. And I do give them kudos because they're a great team. And I just get the liberty of presenting this information. So we'll dive into the report. A part of submitting this annual financial report, this report is used by the Auditor General to create the classroom spending report. This classroom spending report will come to you in November from the Auditor General, but I took the liberty of presenting what that may look like when you get that official report. Classroom spending or instructional spending represents majority of our spending, which, as it should, we're an instructional institution. And I'll go through a little bit of these on the next slide, but this pie graph is just a kind of visual representation. Looking at the specific numbers in a more graph form, I'll go line by line on how the district spent, or how the total expenditures aligned into these categories and these categories are assigned by the Auditor General. And so I'm not making these categories up. I'm just showing you how they're going to present the information as well. So looking at the first line classroom, from prior years to this year, that is down 3.8%. We did have a board member ask questions on why that was down. The main reason in decline is in 2023, the district adopted a science curriculum for $2.7 million. That curriculum is expended from that classroom kind of category. So when you take that out in 2024, you're going to see a reduction in classroom or instructional spending. Those adoption cycles, right, are not annually, but they happen year on a 5 to 7 year cycle. So we'll see that fluctuate. That's rather normal. Looking at instructional support, this category encompasses our librarians, teacher training, curriculum development, special education, media specialists, et cetera. There was a slight decline in that. A lot of that was because in 2023, the district utilized COVID relief funds for retention stipends. Those retention stipends were expenditures across all these categories because we have employee personnel that work in all these categories. So that small decrease was because in '24, as these COVID relief funds are expiring, those retention stipends were not offered in '24. So you'll see a net decrease. That's going to come across the board in all these categories, but that was the main reason that category saw a decrease from prior year. Looking at student support, just for a reminder, this encompasses our counselors, speech pathologists, nurses, social workers, and attendance services. There was a slight increase from last year, just so we saw increases in Group B weight, so our SPED students, and so proportionally you'll see increases in costs. Administration, we saw an increase of 6% from 2023 to 24. Again, this was asked in our board questions. A majority of this increase, this is the largest turnover in administration the district's had in a long time. A lot of our administration were tenured employees. They had a lot of time that was owed to them. We do have board policy that outlines how the district pays out vacation and sick leave. And so a lot of those tenured administrators were paid out for their leave as they either left or retired from the district. So that was a large cost. I anticipate that coming, that percentage swinging back the other way next year. But again, this report is a snapshot of that year. And if you look at the averages, we're still well below administrative spending compared to our peer groups, which are north of 12%. Looking at plant, plant encompasses a lot of our maintenance, equipment repair, building maintenance, custodial services, groundskeeping, et cetera. It also includes property insurance. We see our insurance rates are skyrocketing from year to year. That's a function of not only we've had losses, but a function of the reinsurance market. In addition, utilities are also paid from this category. Utility rates, the town of Greville just increased drastically. This 24 would have been year two of that increase, which saw a 50% increase in utilities. So naturally, you're going to see more expenditures from there as those costs increase and the district's obligated to pay those. So transportation, a very small increase there. Also results, we couldn't really pick out a specific thing. It's just increased cost of a lot of the services that we typically do. Inflation, a lot of the repairs that we make on buses, fuel costs. There was just slight increases across the board, which resulted in that small increase. With food service, we have a lot of our costs coming back from the COVID era. So when everything was free in 22, you'll see that 5.4%. 22 and 21, there was a portion of time when that was all free. And so every single meal was basically, if a student wanted one, that was free. And so we were reimbursed for all those meals, but we also paid for all those meals. Those subsidies, ADs offering still some subsidies for free meals. We're also utilizing a lot of their fresh fruit and vegetable programs and stuff like that are increasing costs, but these are, again, the costs are associated with students using these services. So we're seeing a lot more meals served, breakfast is served in that program, which would increase costs. Looking at our budget controlled funds versus cash controlled funds, I'm going to first touch on our budget controlled funds. These are our main players, our M&O, maintenance operations budget, and our capital outlay. Our federal and state grants, just a footnote, are also technically budget controlled. We do get those budgets based on ADM or free and reduced percentage, and so that's why those are listed. I won't dive into those details, but I just wanted to footnote that. Looking at the maintenance and operations budget and its budget balance carry forward over the last 5 fiscal years, I've not shied away of how the district used COVID relief funding, and you can see from 2020 to 2023, the district received just over $20 million in COVID relief funds, and with the board, voting to go back into session, we had very limited mask reductions. We didn't use a lot of that COVID relief money for a lot of those causes. Rather, we spent money for retention stipends, salaries, and supplemented some of our operational costs in those time periods. That created a budget balance carry forward, which ballooned from, again, 2020 to 2023. As those relief funds are expiring, we're going to start to see this budget balance carry forward decline. You can see that starting in 24, as we are now coming down from 25 million to 23 million, which is down 3% from prior year, and represents approximately 18% of our budget, which is still really healthy. I know Board Member Reese has seen this budget balance fluctuate over years and has been an adamant component of being conservative. We are still very conservative and have a healthy reserve at this point in time. Looking at the capital budget, this graph is a little crazy, but I felt it was kind of important to highlight these 4 points because our capital budget has been used probably differently than maybe other districts in the sense that on the first line, looking at the graph, we have our state allocated capital budget. And so you can see from the last 5 fiscal years, from 2020, that capital budget was just fully being reinstated in terms of full funding. From 2020 to 2023, you can see that state allocated capital budget was minuscule compared to what it was today. I do want to footnote, though, on 24, the 11 million, there was 3 million of a one-time supplemental funding, and the district appropriated that to capital funding. So we'll see 3 million reduced in 25, but we appropriated that 3 million additional capital funding, or budget capacity to capital for projects. Looking at prior year carry forward, that amount in previous years has been relatively high. It has been a goal of myself and our maintenance department to work to prioritize projects and spend some of that money down, because it does no good sitting in an account. So we've allocated that to projects. We've made extremely headway on trying to repair, fix a lot of our issues and make some preventative expenditures to our HVAC and a lot of our operational areas. So that is going to continue to go down. You'll see that after fiscal 25 drastically decrease, as what was approved in the board budget for FY25 was carrying over $2 million. So we are using those funds for our needs, but at some point we will run out of carry forward and will be then relegated to our state allocated budget. Our M&O transfer, again, this is an area I wanted to highlight because I feel like this district has used that in different capacities versus maybe another district. So we've utilized the M&O transfer to capital to fund major projects. Again, as the bond expired from 2013, we still had a lot of capital needs again. And so we've been transferring M&O dollars to capital to fund those needs. As approved in 25, we are now just transferring the basic cost for our middle school lease, which is $3.5 million. So again, we are utilizing our capital funding for our projects and our needs, and you're going to start to see that lower and decline as we're spending those dollars. And then the last line really highlights that what I've been emphasizing is we're spending our capital dollars on our needs. And from 2020 to 2024, over the last 2 fiscal years, we spent $38 million trying to address our capital, our buildings and projects. So we are putting money back into our schools, but again, that's only going to go so far. And so we'll see that in 25 drastically come to a lower expenditure amount. And then I just want to footnote on top, in 23 and 24, a lot of those big expenditures were for the Higley High building. In addition, the Williams field and track were also expended in 24. All right, and cash controlled funds, just a footnote, these are not derived from the state. These are revenues that the district has brought in and then expended out. And so these are completely supported by just the revenues the district brings in and the budget that that roll over from year to year. Looking at the 4 major funds, we look at food service. Again, from 21 to 24, when everything was free, we saw a drastic increase in expenditures and sequential reimbursements from the federal government. So that fund has increased. In addition, in 23, ADE had an interpretation on how the district, if you're contracted food service, you can only transfer $25,000 to indirect costs. Previously, it was up to 25% of your total expenditures, which was equated to about $750,000 to $800,000. So we saw a drastic change in how they allowed us to utilize those funds, which now is causing that balance to balloon a little. Unfortunately, we do have a capital plan to continue to replace food service equipment. I know Mr. Dolan's here. We have a whole new serving line coming at Williams Field. We've done a lot of serving lines at other districts. We're addressing our walk-in coolers and freezers, but there's only so many times you can replace those pieces of equipment. And so I'm personally working with AD to try to get a different interpretation on if you're contracted food service, on why we can't transfer additional dollars to support our the operational needs, contracted food services using the same indirect areas as a self-op program would be. And so they're still using the same electricity, the same water. And so I'm working on that. But until then, that fund is pretty restrictive. We can only use that towards food service operations. So we'll continue to get creative and try to leverage those dollars to enhance those areas and then that program. On Civic Center, that is the proper term, but that actually is our rental account. We've had a goal of getting a fund balance to $750,000. We've rebuilt this account. We've established a new rental system, FMX. We've created new agreements with a lot of our renters that align with our approved rental fees. And so we've seen an increase in revenue. And so we're going to start to leverage that fund and put that back into those heavily rented areas and maintain them or enhance them so they can continue to be rented. Community schools, that encompasses both the preschool program and the before and after school program. Those two programs are combined into what we call community schools. Over the last 3 years, community schools was eligible for a lot of COVID relief grants. I see Ms. Reese nodding. So they were able to leverage a lot of that to rebuild their fund balance. We have had a goal, and we still have a goal of getting a 1 year's reserve. Their annual expenditures are north of $6 million. And so having an annual reserve to cover costs in case of any instance, again, this is a cash controlled fund. We're completely dependent on what money we bring in. And so we still have some work to do there. We do have a future presentation to talk about our rates and how we continue to build that program. We did see a net loss from 23 to 24. And again, I think we have a future presentation with Mr. Armstrong, and Community Ed and Preschool will be there as well to talk about that and how we're gonna move forward with continuing to build a fund balance to support that program, both programs. Indirect costs, this is an account that we collect and we can charge back to grants for the operational overhead to administer those grants. So my entire staff is paid from indirect costs. That's about $560,000 annually. The reason this account has, again, increased drastically over the years is we've leveraged a lot of the COVID relief grants have had a percentage that we can charge back indirect costs from those grants. We've utilized that. We've charged a lot of these COVID relief grants indirect costs because we do have a lot of people administering these, including Ms. Garland, who's here tonight. My entire staff, there's a lot of reports that we do to make sure that we're in alliance with the federal guidelines. So that account, while it looks high right now, it's gonna see a drastic decrease over the next couple of years as we continue to support a number of staff from that fund, which is good because it saves operational dollars from M&O. And then just a footnote on top, all our site cash funds, so that includes like auxiliary operations, extracurricular activities, student activities, all my team does is really account for those. Those funds are all held and managed with the sites and their clubs. And so that's why those cash funds are not included, because they're really 100% site-driven, student-led, and student-owned. We just are responsible for making sure they're accounted properly and deposited within our county treasurer. So I have 3 key takeaways kind of from the annual financial report and kind of fiscal 24 in a whole. One, our budget balance is decreasing. And so there was a board question on do we have a ending budget balance policy to adopt or in future, or do you have draft language? I do have a draft language that I would like to bring to the board and have an information session to review. I feel creating a policy would be transparent in the sense that both the board has a number or a percentage or some avenue in which to make sure that the district stays in alignment with, and that we also have that same target so we can work towards that target, and everybody in the community knows this is a board approved fund balance that we strive to get to. So I feel that's going to be an important policy or something the board should consider as we work through a lot of these COVID relief funds falling off, and we work into potentially, depending on the election, on what the district's going to do in the future with these fund balances. And this, it kind of balances off the first note, but evaluating future cash balance funds. So one emphasis is the community education preschool. As I just mentioned, we saw a drastic decrease in their ending fund balance. So we need to, I think it would be prudent to review and possibly discuss increase in tuition pricing as we've seen expenditures and costs in those programs rise. Again, I think we have a future agenda item on the next board meeting to discuss that in an information session. And then declining capital budget. So future capital expenses will be drastically limited unless additional capital funds become available. We're still working hard to address and try to reach out for grants from the School Facilities Board. I do have a capital update, kind of a construction update at the next board meeting, where I'll highlight a lot of the grants that we've tried for, a lot of the grants that we have pending to try to supplement and support our capital needs as some of this fund balance starts to go away. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
President Anderson, Mr. Moore, I did ask as far as our classroom spending going down, and I was wondering if you have an idea what we can expect for classroom spending to be in '25.
We're only 3 months into the school year, I think, and we have budgeted an adoption for ELA tentatively. But again, like a lot of our plans and expenditures, it's too soon to really know how we are trending. Some expenditures for us are front-loaded in the early months of July as construction takes place. So if I pulled the report now, you would see school plant heavily inflated while a lot of our classroom spending catches up throughout the year. So I don't have an indication on how we're going to trend for '25 until we get to the second half of the year, probably closer to spring.
Do you expect that we can see more spending going towards the classroom? I know it's, predicting, but my concern is classroom spending is going down. And I know you said, it's due to curriculum, but I would like to see more funding going to the classroom for instruction, for teacher salaries. And I discussed this when we voted for the bond and override, but I want to ensure that, because right now, yes, administration is up due to salaries and retirements and things like that. But when you look at, I pulled a bunch of reports, and so from 2023-24 to 24 to 25, our teachers went from, our student enrollment is down, but our teachers went from 700 to 732. So we increased by 32 teachers. Our administration has stayed flat by 42, yet there is that increase. So, and then we're, not only administration, but we're also seeing extra dollars going towards buildings. And so I would like to be able to see those dollars going into the classroom, because that is a major concern for community members. They want to see our teachers paid well, and they want to see money spent on instruction. And for the people that I've talked to, it's, it's a matter of seeing educated students versus shiny new buildings. But just looking, I compared it to Mesa, Gilbert, and Queen Creek. And as far as our teacher salaries, we are, I believe, in third place at about 64,000. And I understand that that's probably due to hiring less experienced teachers. But turn your mic on, sorry.
Is that 65,000 the average?
It is. It's the average 2025 salary. We're looking at about 64.5 compared to Mesa being at 66.6 and Gilbert being the highest at 68.3. So I would like to see that. And then you mentioned on page 6 of the presentation, the carry forward. I looked at 25, so 25 looks like the M&O is forecasted at 28 million, and you mentioned that the capital, the reduction in the 3 million, is it because it was moved from capital to M&O, or is that the 3 additional million will move to capital? Or maybe I'm mixing that number up.
Well, this report summarizes fiscal 24 and back. So where'd you see fiscal 25?
Not 25, I'm sorry. It's in the presentation. On page 6, you mentioned carry forward reduced by 3 million. And I'm wondering if that's because the dollars are going to be moved to capital.
Maybe you can answer your question in email. I'm not sure how to answer. I mean, this is our budget balance carry forward M&O from 23 to 24. That reduction is due to expenditures.
I understand, but I'm just curious to know, is it 3 million or is it 3%?
3% is what the dollar amount from that is not 3 million. It's just under 3 million. On the slide, it's 3% from 25 to 23 million. That's a 3% reduction.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
It's okay. And then page 7. $3 million to capital or M&O.
So
Sorry.
the state allocated capital budget is inflated by $3 million. The FY24 legislation had an appropriation of additional one-time supplemental funding. And during the budget process, we allocated that one-time supplemental funding to the capital budget, which is why you see $11 million in the state allocated capital budget. Our annual capital budget is $3 million less than that.
Okay. Sorry, just reading my notes here. And I do appreciate the fact that you mentioned that you guys are using those indirect funds from the cash funds in order to save money from the M&O budget. So I do like seeing that we're utilizing it where we can. And then as far as the community schools fund, so any portion of that, if needed, can be transferred to M&O, correct? Those aren't.
Yeah, but as I stated, their annual expenditures are $6 million, just over $6 million. And so they ended the year with $2.6 million, but coming into this year, they don't even have enough money to fund out a whole year if the revenue completely stopped. And so one of our goals is to get that to 1 year's balance to make sure they are self-sustainable and the district doesn't have to come in and supplant that program with M&O dollars. I think a couple of board members were on here in the past, and the program in the past has run in the negative, and the district has had to supplement that program with M&O dollars, which then hurts our ability to spend that money in the classroom or other initiatives for the district. So that particular program, we are working hard to build that fund balance to 1 year's balance to support that, minimally fund that program for 1 year. After that fund balance is built to $6 million, we can certainly look at transferring that money to help to M&O to then put back into the classroom, as you stated earlier. So I know Ms. Ohanian and our new preschool director are working hard to modify those programs, and I know they have an important presentation they want to bring to you at the next meeting to discuss that further. So,
Great, thank you. Just one more thing before I stop. I think I'm good.
President Anderson? Oh, sorry. Mr. Moore, I know we've always been talked about negative with the preschools, and we want to hire certified teachers and still provide low cost. So I'm glad that there's a way that we're working to be able to change that. You said there was a presentation coming. Is that? Okay.
Yeah, so we have an information presentation at the next board meeting. I may be cheating and letting you know, but we know this is a priority for this district. We've been working and monitoring it. We just wanted to give our new preschool director some time to evaluate the program because Ms. Gleason was here for 10 years, and so
Yes.
give a fresh set of eyes on it and give her time to formulate some plans for the future before we brought this to the board. But yeah, we do have some ideas on ways to change or refresh the program and potentially make that a little more profitable to then help the district in future years. So.
Yeah, I know it's been a concern for the board in the past with the preschool, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
President Anderson, Mr. Moore, can you correct me if I'm summarizing this inaccurately? From what I take about this, part of the reason that we have been able to do some of the great things that we've done in the past years with respect to teacher salaries, for example, is because you, as well as district individuals, were quite responsible with our COVID relief funds and how we've managed to use them. And when we talk about the importance of looking to, M&O override and how things can continue in the future, part of that necessity currently of what we see on the immediate horizon for us starting, next year and the year after and so forth, is because we no longer have access to those same type of funds. So we got balloon payments, if you will, or different grants to handle and manage some of these things. And much credit to all of you, because I was not on the board for this, but how you manage things appropriately, considering we know that some other neighboring districts haven't always made the same decisions. And so they're experiencing some of the hardships currently that we're kind of battling, if you will. And so I just want to make sure I'm clear in understanding part of the importance of how we look to coming years with respect to our finances and the needs for our community to look at what is important is because these funds that were available during this time frame that we have used to the best of our ability are no longer going to be available to us, and that is going to lead to us to have to get really creative if we aren't capable of renewing the M&O and so forth. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say you're correct in that assumption. And yeah, it's when you, again, we've received just over $20 million in COVID relief funds over the last 3 to 4 years. And so an influx of 15 to 20% of your budget is nice, right? And we've spent a lot of money back on retention stipends and keeping our staff and paying staff and investing in our buildings with HVAC and infrastructure, which are allowable in those federal monies. But yeah, that is now, expiring, and we are sunsetting those monies. And so while they're nice to have, we do have to create, make some tough decisions fiscally on how we're going to proceed forward.
For sure, thank you. The other thing I wish to express, just because it plays into some of the budget things that we've talked about currently, Board Member Van Hook, you talked about the importance of classroom spending. First off, to be clear, as a former teacher, obviously I am 100% behind that, the fact that teachers have to buy their own stuff. is frustrating. My daughter's teacher just now ran out of white paper and used her homework on cardstock. And I was just like, the precious value of this cardstock is crazy. But I also think it is important, and some community members may not be aware of this. We had an AC situation at Williams Field that was very difficult. And as a teacher, yes, I care about, materials and things in my salary, absolutely important. But as an individual who's had to work in a classroom in which the AC is broken, it's risky and it's dangerous and it's not great. And it is really hard to learn or do anything when you wish to, punch people because you're really, really hot and uncomfortable. And I think that matters. We had a situation in which we had to look at, do we close Cortina for a day? And what do we do for that? I think it is important for us to also keep in mind that all of these things that we've been doing are great as we move forward, but we have these things that come up like all folks do, everybody does, and it is increasingly hot in our summers, which means our systems are working far harder for longer and all of this. And so I think it is important for us as a community to kind of keep that in mind when we talk about our funds and the needs of things going forward, because these things will continue to happen as some of our buildings are, it's been a while since they've been updated. So I appreciate the, the mention of that.
President Anderson, Mr. Moore, our utilities are being paid out of which area?
As I mentioned earlier, this comes out of that plant category. Again, that's the categories assigned by the Auditor General, and so that I'm just kind of aligning those with how we spent our money, so.
And then what about technology?
Depending on where that technology is administered, if it's in the classroom, that would be in the classroom category. If that's technology to support this room here, that would be in administration. And so it just depends on where that technology is implemented.
And I do want to mention, and we've talked about this before, and I've mentioned it many times, that when we got those ESSER funds, those funds were also meant for HVAC repair. And I don't know how many we were able to do with those funds, but they should have been used in those areas, where we needed them. Also, we made permanent decisions with those temporary funds, such as hiring 3 counselors. And now that these funds are gone, we're having to pay for those. So I want everyone to keep that in mind as well. We did get a lot of money, and these are the decisions that were made. And now going forward, we're having to pay for things that, maybe could have had a different outcome, considering we knew that those funds were going to go away. And I know, and I did see that we managed to allocate majority of those funds prior to them expiring, and I believe we were left with about $9,400. And is that what we have to give back, or do we still get to, because that was the budget balance for the ESSER?
We obligated all our funds down to the penny.
Oh, on the spending report, there was a balance of $9,400.
So that spending report from the forms, the AFR forms?
The monthly financial reports, I'm sorry. It looked like there was a $9,400.
That may have been because we just received the last reimbursements. I don't know the exact date of that, but all of the funds were spent.
Okay.
From ESSER 3.
Yeah, it's line 24. It shows 9408. Okay. Sorry, let me look back at my notes here. And do you know what the, I know, have we reached the 100th day of school yet? Do we have an idea of where we're at with ADM, 40 days? Do we have a 40th day
40
number?
I believe ADM, as we're trending right now, we're seeing a slight decline as projected, but we can certainly come back with a board agenda to talk about ADM, if you'd
Okay.
like.
Yeah, I just, because I pulled the numbers, I was just curious if where we're at when we're looking at enrollment. Because that's part of my concern is, enrollment's down, teachers are up, salaries to the classroom is down, not salaries, spending to the classroom is down, but up on buildings and administration. So, so I'd love to be able to get that number from you. So maybe next meeting, we can definitely discuss that. That'd be great.
We can do a status update as well.
Thank you.
Vice President Van Hook, Marcus Berkshire's in here, and he's in charge of student information and data, so I bet he could help us get that in status for you guys to see where we are.
Great. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Board Member Anderson was the last thing. Just to, I apologize. When it comes to things like classroom spending, right, I think it is important to notice when you look back how year to year that it can change. Because I think while, yes, enrollment is down, and I think that is important, that is a national issue. It's not just an our issue. And I think that matters. And a lot of times what happens too is you see lower enrollment in elementary and middle, and then we catch them back when they come to high school. And so that's why some of the needs of our high schools are at capacity or beyond capacity for some of the things that they can function. For example, Williams Field parking situation that's led us to going to other places. So I do think it is important to keep in mind how these things affect from year to year and kind of what those things are happening, because I feel like the depiction that, we're just spending in these areas, but we don't have the same needs is not necessarily the most clear picture of what is or is not happening from year to year, especially when we have to update curriculum or how those funds come. And because we know we have a curriculum update and it is going to cost a couple $1 million, we have to budget appropriately that year. And so I do think it is important to keep in mind beyond just a singular year, because we plan ahead and we know what to look for, that we, as people do in general, budget accordingly, understanding this year might look a little bit tight and that year might be a little bit different. So thanks.
President Anderson. Mr. Moore, can you clarify, is it that we spent less in fiscal year 24 in the classroom, or is it that we spent more because of the adoption in fiscal 23? Because I don't know that saying, I get the numbers, but I don't know that saying that classroom spending is down. So outside of the adoption, is the adoption what inflated fiscal year 23? And it's not that we have less money than any other year going into there. It's just that we had a larger expense for that? Or do we have less money going into our classrooms than typical?
No, Board Member Reese, as I answered in the board questions too, but yeah, like when you take 2.7 million in 23, that science adoption is all classified in classroom. You immediately remove $2.7 million going into 24. That will swing percentages. The amount of money actually spent on teachers, there has been consistent raises. That has consistently gone up. The dollars actually spent on teachers has been proportionate over the years. We continue to outperform our peer groups who are in the neighborhood of 53.1%. And so, as Board Member Wade pointed out, these percentages can fluctuate year to year based on different needs that arise. And like a science textbook adoption will swing that 3% in 1 year.
So it's not that we have less money going into the classrooms, it's just we had an infusion of more money because of the adoption.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
President Anderson, Mr. Moore, So full year 2023, we were at 60.1% in instructional spending. And so we're down 3.8%. Are you saying that that 3.8% equates to the $2.7 million for the curriculum?
Not directly, because that is the bulk of our spending. So there's a number of different things that have changed from 23 to 24. But I'm saying that represents probably 75, 80% of the 3.8% change, that 2.7 million.
Okay. And so now we're at 57.8%, and our lowest fiscal year for instructional spending was in 2011 at 54.2%. So we're like right in the middle between full year 2023 and our lowest point of 2011. So this is what I mean when I say I'd like to be able to see more in this area, because we are getting close to that lowest point we've ever been for the district. And then as far as seeing higher enrollment in our high schools, yes, but looking at the trajectory as the kids, and we've discussed this before, as the kids in elementary get older and go into middle school, we're going to see the decline in middle school. And then when they get to high school, we're going to see that decline in high school. So we can't look at it and expect that the high schools to remain at the capacity that they are right now, because these kids are going to get older and fill those classrooms, and we'll see that trajectory reduce. So I don't believe it's fair to say that our high schools will continue to see this increase, which, based on our current numbers, that's not accurate. And so we need to acknowledge that. That's all.
We have those high school students here currently, though, right? So I hear you. In 5 years of time, might those numbers change when we see through the 6 years of elementary, we didn't have the same, student body. But our high schools currently have students that are at a capacity that is larger class sizes. This year alone, I know at least at Williamsfield, the class sizes are a lot higher than they have been in a while. Those things are happening now. So I hear you, but what do we do currently when that need is right in front of us for the things that exist at our high schools? So I think it is safe to say that in 5 years from now, might we be having a different conversation? For sure. But until that is our reality, I think it is important to keep in mind what currently is.
Board Member Wade, I think that might have to do with the birth rate too, if we can convince people to have more babies as well. So, and we do, Board Member Van, we get them back in high school, which we've said a couple times is that they might homeschool or go to somewhere else, and then they come back in high school because of our programs too. So that's why it fluctuates there.
Sorry.
It's hard to see when we're stuck to these categories where the spending's going, right? So we've got increases in student support. What does that mean? Does that mean that that's going towards some classroom supplies, that's going to other things? So I think we all are here and passionate about everything going to the students and the teachers. Is there outside of this Auditor General classification, and I know you have 1,000 reports that you give us, and forgive me if you've given us one, but is there one that breaks it down a little bit more? I'm not going to say it's easier to read, but so that we can just kind of see more where that spending's going. Because it sounds like a lot of it, we're talking about salaries and we're talking about curriculum, but I know there's a lot more in between that truly is. And we have that fear of, okay, yeah, we have that shift in spending, but that doesn't mean that like each department's getting less to buy supplies for their classroom when we have to do our purchase orders and everything. But we just assume, or we have that fear of that's what's happening.
President Anderson, yeah, we are stuck to this categories, unfortunately, and that this is prescribed by the Auditor General. As of right now, I don't have another way to present that, but I can certainly create a report. Ultimately, when November comes around, the Auditor General releases this report. Comparatively to other districts, I think that's where we shine because it highlights how efficient we are in spending our resources. But yeah, unfortunately, I wanted to show this report. It's not the greatest report, but this is what is going to be public and shared throughout, newspapers, the news. And so I might as well share it with you and give you a preview of how it's going to look and tell you why some of these changes have been made. But as of right now, this is the best report to share. I mean, I'd be happy to look at trying to create something else, but
I know you're really busy, but if it's something, you've got a weekend off and you feel like, I'm just kidding. If you happen upon an easy, generate report button and it does that, great. But of course, it just helps to provide clarity and calm some nerves and answer some questions that we may have as a board. Are there any other questions or comments?
I just want to say on the plant category, then it's not the shiny new buildings. Also, we're getting older as a district, and so we're needing to use these funds as far as HVAC and things like that go, and maintenance and everything than when we were a brand new baby district growing. So that's why that one goes up. I know in addition to utilities, as you mentioned, which continue to rise.
President Anderson, I will share some of the reports that I used to pull this data as far as teacher admin specialist numbers. There's a report called SDER, SDER 30. It's on the AD website. And then there's the TEI, average number of years. It's the Teacher Experience Index that will show the experience of our teachers. And then they also have the enrollment report on the AD website. And then also the salaries come from the district budget. But the other three are on the AD website.
Thank you. Okay, does that conclude our discussion and comments? All right, let's go ahead and transition over to our work study. If we could take about a 5-minute break for that to happen, and then we will convene into our work study. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Moore, for your information. Okay, I think it's a good time to go ahead and reconvene and begin our work study. And we're going to begin with 7.1, Danielson's Framework for Teaching Review.
President Anderson, members of the board, tonight we have the opportunity to present the review of our Danielson Teaching for Framework tool using the Danielson model. And Melissa Garland is going to be doing the majority of the talking. But before she starts, I do want to give her a huge, huge shout out. Throughout the entire implementation of our Danielson model, she has been so receptive to principals, to anyone that's saying, hey, can we try this? Can we add this to the online tool? She's going to talk a little bit about that. But she deserves a huge round of applause for all the hard work that she's done over the last couple of years as we go ahead and implement this tool. So if we can, give her a huge round of applause. All right, Ms. Garland, all you.
Yes, no pressure. I'm blushing now. Board President Anderson, governing board members, tonight I have the pleasure of giving you an overview of the Danielson framework and how it got started. First off is the history. It was in the spring of 2022 when we officially decided to move to using Charlotte Danielson's framework for teaching. The process of this started well before then, prior to the pandemic, when we heard feedback from teachers and administrators that they wanted a better way to provide effective feedback for teachers, and also for teachers to understand more clearly areas that they may need growth in or areas they're doing well in, and also how that translates into total composite scores with at the end of the year as well. So that started us on a journey that got us to 2022. During that summer, we had extensive training for our current school administrators and also district administrators who evaluated certified employees. So during the 22-23 school year, that was year one for us. And so it was a huge learning curve. There was lots of training, not only for administrators, but also for our staff as we went along during the year. The administrators had calibration visits throughout that year. We actually had a representative from the Danielson group to come and help lead those days with us, which were very valuable. And throughout that first year, that gave us an opportunity to revisit in the spring to decide how we wanted to move forward, and I'll go through that in just a couple of minutes. First of all, an overview of the framework. The framework has been around for quite some time. It was developed by Charlotte Danielson well before teachers were required to be evaluated in the sense they are now, where part of your evaluation is tied to pay for performance and all of that. And it was developed as a way to help teachers grow. And it was also developed in the sense that it didn't matter what content or what grade level you were teaching, it reflected what a teacher does every day. And those activities that teachers engage in every day are found in the 4 domains. And you all should have the smart card that's on the screen right now. So those are the 4 domains. And these are the areas in which teachers are formally observed and assigned ratings. We also have walkthrough protocols that cover primarily components in domains 2 and 3, which are classroom environment. That's what you see every day in a classroom, as well as instruction. Domain 1 for planning and preparation. That's a lot of the behind the scenes things that happen, but you see the results of it when you walk into a classroom, whether it's the activities that students are doing, the types of assessments that they're doing, the engagement, that all had to be part of planning and preparation. And then also domain 4, which is professional responsibilities. Those are things that encompass what teachers do every day, communicating with families, keeping up with gradebook, reflecting on their practice. and participating as a professional, whether it's with their grade level, their site, or with district opportunities or beyond. So not only do these 4 domains relate to classroom teachers, but the framework for teaching also has evaluation tools for all certified employees. And so it doesn't matter if you're an occupational therapist, a physical therapist, there is a form for that person. And so the 4 domains transcend all of those positions, but they are also tailored to meet the actual responsibilities and activities that those teachers perform on a daily basis. And so one of the things that we've done to continue the implementation, and Mr. Armstrong mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, after year 1, we gathered feedback from all of the administrators because they were the ones putting the time in to complete all of the walkthroughs, the formal observations, and also the summative conferences at the end of the year. And we took their feedback and we found out ways that we can work more efficiently, but also it caters to allowing the teacher to be very active in this process. So the teacher has the opportunity to give input in terms of what happens in their pre-observation conference. They're providing evidence of their practice. They do that in the post-observation conference as well. And then during the observation and walkthroughs, everybody gets, both parties, administrators and teachers, get the opportunity to dialogue about what was seen and what was heard in the classrooms. And all of our evidence that is collected throughout the year, it maps to the summative. So you can see an overall picture of everything that has happened in a walkthrough, in a formal, questions that have been posed, answers that have been provided. All of that is there for our administrators and teachers to see so that they can have a conversation about where that teacher is in terms of their ratings for that observation and also ultimately overall for the year. And our administrators have continued to go through professional learning as well. And Jeff, if you want to mention a little bit about that.
Yeah, and before we do that, we want to talk about how impactful this tool has been. Before, we were using a certain tool, and it provided, teachers were evaluated on domains, but this is getting into the nitty-gritty of the day-to-day practices that our teachers and staff go through. So if you take a deep look at the card you have and you look at just the instructional piece, we're talking how are students, our teachers really communicating with students, the expectations for learning, being specific. This all goes back to our strategic anchor 2 of highly effective personnel, talking about question and discussion techniques, engaging students in learning, using assessment and instruction, and demonstrating flexibility and responsiveness. That's just the instructional component that administrators have to evaluate a teacher on. And that domain in itself is very impactful when we talk about what does that dialogue look like between teacher and administrator to go ahead and continue with the growth of the teacher. The other aspect is we continue with we did calibration visits, right? And that was us, how are we using the tool? What does that look like? And is everyone kind of seeing the same thing? Well, this year what we've done is we've now gone into what we call A team, not Mr. T and those guys, but academic teams, where they go ahead and they discuss at school, and we have 2 principals here who have already gone through it at the elementary level, where the principal identifies and says, hey, we're working on differentiated instruction. We're working on questioning. We want to look at our assessments and how teachers are performing when it comes to check for understandings and assessments in the classrooms. And what we are doing now is when we do walkthroughs, that's kind of our focus area. We still look at other components that the principal would like us to look at, but we really dive in and say, we want to see this. And then we come back at the end of that visit and all the administrators get to sit down looking at the tool and say, this is what I saw in the teacher. This is what I think is the teacher is ranked, and then we have a true dialogue just on that one component. And since we've done all 3 of our academic team visits this quarter, or in first quarter, not this quarter, and I will tell you that the conversations that are taking place among principals and APs who are aspiring to be principals, it is truly impacting think about it this way, and it's okay for us to say, hey, we saw this, but the teacher could probably improve here. And it's good for that administrator to say, yeah, we're on the right track, or, ooh, maybe I need to start thinking about this. And that's we're doing that 3 times a year. So we're going to have one in second quarter, and we're going to start one in the third. We're going to have one in the third quarter as well. But when we talk about collaboration, when we talk about the continuous development, it's not someone getting up there and presenting to us. The best professional development is that water bottle conversation, and that's what these principals are having every time we do these 18 visits, and it's been truly impactful. So,
And what Mr. Armstrong just mentioned also feeds into the administrator meetings. So as we're planning those, like the one we had today, everything we're doing, it aligns to what our focus is for the district, which is also aligned to what does it mean for teacher feedback and for student outcomes. And so there's not anything new. We're refining the practice of using this instrument, as well as how it fits with everything that we're doing. And with that, that's it. If anyone has any questions.
President Anderson, I have a question, and I don't care who answers. I like the look of this, having had the luxury of doing what we did years ago here, because I also, when I worked back here, was during COVID, and so things were also different during that time frame. Where I went and taught in Maryland made me a better teacher, and part of that reason is because they did more stuff like this and sat down with you in a way to give you feedback that was meaningful, that helped me look at how I teach in a different way. For example, one of the things talks about how I just moved around in the physical space. It was very interesting to be able to see some of those things. One question that I do have that I think is important is, what does this look like different from an administrative perspective in terms of how many times they go into a classroom, or how they use this for a brand new teacher, a new hire to district, or like a seasoned teacher? Because I'm assuming there are differences, right? A new teacher would definitely benefit from this in ways more frequently, because, you know, it takes about 3 years to even figure out what kind of teacher you hope to be. And I'm just curious, because I don't know what that looks like for us.
yeah. So as a district, our Group 1 teachers are those teachers who are with us, no matter years of experience or not. You have, if you're a Group 1, you're 3 or years less, and you get 2 required formal observations in which remember the process for this. That's a pre-observation meeting, a minimum of a 30 to 45 minute minimum, of 45 minute observation where we're sitting and collecting data, and then a post-conference meeting. And so those individuals twice a year, and then our Group 2 teachers are teachers that have more than 3 years experience, and it's mandated for 1. That meets ARS. Now, all of our principals, I will tell you, all of our principals utilize this information when we have walkthroughs. We have 2 mandated walkthroughs that are in MLP that they can utilize, but we have the luxury of adding more to go ahead and utilize this tool. Or some things that common practice that I used to do is when I would walk in, even if it's for me to take a break from my office, I would sit in there, do some work, listen, provide feedback, and then tie it to which domain or which component it is. So it's a continuous communication of what the teachers are going to see by the end of the year when it comes to their summative evaluation or summative meeting.
President Anderson, Ms. Garland, my biggest the most important is how this trickles down to the students and the student outcomes. And so can you, and thank you, whoever answered all my questions about Danielson, but I would like it if you can elaborate on how the student outcomes are measured based on the professional development that the teachers are getting. Does that make sense?
Do you mean professional development overall, or related to the observations?
Whatever, the development that they're getting through Danielson, what are we utilizing to measure the student outcomes? Well, I would assume that professional development ultimately is to improve student outcome, correct?
So the professional development that teachers receive, the one thing we try to make sure we do, like whatever topic it is, we do align it to how it can improve their teaching performance or part of this Danielson, because everything a teacher does can be found somewhere in one of these domains. In terms of student outcomes, like Ms. Davis can probably speak to, like next week, there's going to be a K2 professional development session she is presenting on. So whatever that is, the topic of that is tied to an academic component. And so she can speak to how that would relate, you know, in terms of the student outcomes directly, but in terms of this, the whole premise of having the evaluation tool like this specifically is that you can see what a teacher does in a classroom. They are reflecting on the assessments that they give students. They're looking at that. That's part of this process. In a post-conference for an observation, a principal will talk about how did they do on this particular standard you were working on that day. They can speak to that and say how they may have changed their practice. It's all about the reflection and what you're going to do to make it better if needed, or realizing they got it, we're moving on to something new.
So Vice President, Ms. Van Hook, I bet Marcus Berkshire wants to say something. I can tell. He's like, I got something to say here in terms of student performance and assessment.
I just wanted to check, did Ms. Garland answer your question?
I actually have another question based on what she said. So if a teacher determines that whatever they implemented in the class, so how do they determine that, okay, maybe this didn't work and I got to try something else? So what do they utilize to measure? Is it student grades or
It could be a grade. It could be like an in-class, like check for understanding. It can be a ticket out the door, whatever they're choosing to have the student do to show their learning. That's what a teacher would do in the classroom every day to determine next steps. Like when we look at overall student outcomes, like when we think about like our state testing and all of that, that is not part of this particular thing. It's just how a teacher is assessing their students on a daily basis and using those results to make the next decision for their students, either the class as a whole or individual students.
Great, thank you.
May I add a comment? Sorry, did I interrupt? I don't,
Well,
did you want to?
I wouldn't mind if he elaborated just a teeny bit, President Anderson, if you don't mind.
I'm so sorry. I asked another question and didn't let you answer.
No, that's okay. Because I'm not sure what you mean by student outcomes. So certainly as part of the evaluation process, the observation, collection of data around teacher performance, principals are going to be having those reflective conversations with teachers as to, this is what I see happening in your classroom. This is the evidence of what you're doing and the impact. And teachers have those conversations with principals on a regular basis. That all factors into that summative evaluation of where they are in each of those domains related to whatever specific piece they're looking at. In terms of student outcomes tied to the teacher evaluation, that's a whole bigger issue. At one point, the state had a state law that said that a portion of a teacher evaluation had to be tied to pre and post-test results, which became very problematic because we have pre and post-test results that are very valid and reliable in ELA and math and nothing else. So you had a whole group of teachers that really couldn't be evaluated on student results in a valid and reliable way, and became very inequitable in terms of how those evaluations were done. They've since changed that law. We have a lot more flexibility in terms of what we consider to be that. So as a district, to ensure that we're addressing all of our students and all of our staff, that portion of the evaluation instrument is around our district letter grade. And that allows us to ensure that every teacher is supporting us as a district and being evaluated based on how we do as a district. So hopefully that answers that question a little bit stronger.
Yes, thank you so much.
Now, I'm not sure, it's been almost 10 years since I've taught in this district. In the district I currently work in, we have a data specialist at our school. And the teachers don't meet directly with the principal all the time, but we meet weekly at lunch, and we take our data and we share it with him, which he puts into a shareable form, which shows our test results, our average scores and things. So we talk about what questions, what standards did they struggle with, how do we plan on addressing it? It's kind of like the PLC motto as well. What do we want them to learn? How do we know they learn it? What do we do when they don't want to learn it, right? So that's one way that we assess student achievement, but it has also been tied to, in my district, to our evaluation. We would have to fill out a spreadsheet that we would upload with our evaluation instrument to show growth or our scores through our district assessments, which we call benchmarks. And at one point in time, we were doing Galileo whenever I worked here, right? Do you not use district testing to look at student growth here anymore?
So there's a lot of research around the use of test scores and teacher effectiveness. And most of the research says the minute you tie test scores into a teacher evaluation system, you add in a huge element of desire to cheat, to doctor the scores, pressure on teachers, and it really turns out that it's not about learning anymore. It's about getting that test score. So what we've tried to do with our benchmarks is really turn around and focus on how do we use these benchmarks to impact instruction in the classroom. So when we administer the benchmarks, we're asking our teacher teams to look at items and do a strong item analysis looking into why did kids perform in a certain way on this particular item? How does that relate to how I'm teaching the standard? And then what am I doing in the classroom in order to adjust my instruction? And looking at formative assessment results to really look at where my kids are. One of the challenges right now that we have is in developing our instructional maps is that we don't have those common formative assessments developed yet at the district level. Those would allow us to do a very strong analysis of where we are in terms of teaching specific standards that are prioritized. And that's on the drawing board, but we want to make sure we've got good maps in place first before we start talking about those common formative assessments. So at this point in time, we don't have a district data repository where we're talking about teachers. That's really more at the PLC level and our site principals working with their teachers on where are your students based on those benchmarks? What are you doing to adjust your instruction around that? And how are you formatively assessing kids? In fact, Melissa talked earlier today about we did a principal PD with our elementary principals. Today was focused on assessment practices at the site and really having a dialogue about what they do with their site PLCs.
Okay, and that's nice, and thank you for explaining that. In no way are you going off assessing students. Are y'all using like the ACT or SAT scores for teacher evaluation either, or school evaluation? Like we set goals for increases and scores and all that.
The only thing tied to teacher evaluation in terms of data is our district letter grade.
Very good, thank you.
President Anderson. Mr. Armstrong, I just have a question because you said it twice, a minimum of 30 to 45 minutes. What are the average sessions then they're spending observing?
Well, I can tell you minimum is 30 minutes. I'll be honest with you, I was a little stubborn and I hung out in there a little bit longer than that, maybe up towards an hour. Because the more data we collect, the better off it is. But I mean, the two principals that are sitting here and everyone else, when we have these conversations, 30 minutes is the bare minimum. And how much do you get in a 30-minute session? And so we want to be sure that we're in there either a little bit longer or throughout the year, we're in there more frequently. And I'm gonna go back to the tool. I've used this tool before, so I'm a little biased, but the tool that we were using when it comes to true feedback, and when we're talking about the continuous growth of our teachers, of our educators, this is so specific to the point where during a post-conference, I can say, I'm not gonna pick on you, Ms. Schultz, but Ms. Schultz, this is the questioning, this is what I saw, this is where I want to improve. So let's go ahead and let's dive into this, and this is what I'm gonna be looking at over the course of the next couple of months. And that way, it's much more specific rather than a general consensus of how you're doing as an educator.
Sorry, President Anderson, just to piggyback on that, for those of us who also may not be in the classroom or have classroom experience, first off, good educators routinely always do formal and informal assessments routinely. And assuming you're not on an island and that you're the only one who teaches that subject, we give the same tests, we give the same quizzes, we share assignments. We don't necessarily always give the same assignments, but then we can talk about how did your kids do, how did my kids do, what did you do, why was that better, et cetera. Something that is beneficial for this, because the one that we used in the past is looking at how many of my kids are performing well on this test, how many didn't, what steps did I do to improve them, what percentage of those kids improved, and that is what I got evaluated on. And to Ms. Berkshire's point, that's not necessarily showing how I'm effective at my job if I am just improving test scores necessarily, because some of these things, kids are smart and they will do on their own as their brains continue to develop. My kid may not be able to do all the sight words right now, but by the time at the end of the year, just from merely growing up, she is now capable of doing these things, and I may have not been important in that endeavor as her teacher. And so what's nice about some of these breakdowns in the different categories is if I'm a teacher who my scores and everything else look okay, but yet I'm still struggling with engaging with my students and how I do that. And so I talked about how I moved in my classroom. One of the things that I was talked about in Maryland, he drew everywhere I went in the classroom for the entire class period and showed how I stayed in a very specific area, which we all do because it's comfortable. And then what he asked me to do is go look at those students who exist on one side of the classroom versus the other, the side I was routinely in, and see if they're performing in the same level, and they weren't. And it's not something I ever thought about. It was no way I would have ever been able to do that. Just some kids don't perform as well. And on my list, they're alphabetical, but in my classroom, they're not. And so being able to see some of these things is what actually makes me improve as a teacher and how we can break some of those things down. And I think a lot of times we get stuck in data as that's important because that's where we get finances from. That's what people tend to care about, the letter grade, all of that. But that's not necessarily helping you to be a better teacher. And so looking at this, now obviously I would like to see how the teachers feel on some of these things and where their feedback is, if there really was growth for them personally. But looking at this and being a part of what we had before and something that was very similar to this, I think it is very beneficial from both an admin perspective, but from teachers to be able to figure out certain areas that I can improve on that data alone might not have given me. So I am appreciative, and I look forward to seeing some of that.
There is one more thing that I want to add because we need to. With the Danielson tool, we receive the special education component. So when we go in and observe our students or our teachers of our cross-cat classrooms, they're using the same tool, but Danielson has provided us with what it would look like in a cross-categorical classroom so that it's specific to the students' disabilities, and it gives such a different input for those teachers because I'll admit, it's hard to walk into a cross-cat class and say, okay, we're talking about environment where we may have students that are physically unable to control their bodies. This provides us an opportunity to evaluate those teachers specific to that as well. So it is a great tool.
I thank you for asking about the data of how teachers feel, because that was one of the things I wanted to know, because I'm the teacher that looks at this, and I feel it's a little nitpicky I feel it's a little heavy, like on micromanaging, but that's just how I see it. I'm not living it, so you're probably like, no, 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 it's not like that. But I am that teacher that I will go through every dot and make sure that I do my best to cover it. But one positive, which I hope it fixes or helps, I'm not saying there's a problem, but there's a rotation. Like we have our approved evaluators, and then one year I may get evaluated by this principal, and then the next year it's another principal. And they are two totally different people and how they view things. Some people, right, are a little more strict, or I'm hoping that this makes it a little more consistent. So you're not, yay, this evaluator this year versus like crud.
There are critical attributes within each one of these, and there's look-fors for every level of performance. So the whole premise of this is when you gather evidence, it's what you see and what you hear. And Danielson really focuses on not having the bias and part of that. So as an administrator is in a classroom and they're gathering evidence, they can clearly, they can write down, a teacher asked this question, whatever the question may be, which lends itself to, that was a great way to engage the class because it fit in that category, because it had the critical attributes needed to be distinguished or proficient or whatever. So the card you're looking at is just a snippet of what principals and teachers have available to see. These are examples of what that looks like in a classroom.
And many distinguished marks for a teacher to receive when we talk about the instructional component, going back to Vice President Van Hook's question, is it is student-driven. So in order to receive a distinguished mark, a lot of the critical attributes speak to our students, the ones asking questions, our students, the ones assessing one another, so that, President Anderson, your question about teacher, that was kind of hard because teachers were usually distinguished according to our previous tool, but when we go into a classroom and they're doing most of the talking and students aren't doing as much talking, then that distinguished mark kind of goes to that proficient mark, which is good because it shifts their mindset to say, okay, now I need to figure out a way to get students more engaged in this lesson and moving forward from that point.
Of course, you walk in the next day, it is that way. You just snapshot that one day, right?
Could be.
Every time. No, my classes are loud, but can you show me how this evaluation tool takes into account class sizes, number of preps that teachers are teaching, number of special ed students, the high percentage of students that some teachers may have, and some of those that are in 6/5, where those create a whole different teaching experience than just the normal. I don't know what normal is anymore for teaching, but I mean, those are higher stress and sometimes less prep time, and it can, like the days, it can look bad on some days and really great on others. So how does that take into account those experiences for those teachers?
Yeah, on the card, you see the professionalism piece, and there's pieces in there when it comes to the critical attributes that speak to that. And so teachers who are willing to give up preps, teachers who are willing to come to events that are after school on a consistent basis, they're going to receive a little bit of a higher marking when it comes to that difference between proficient, basic, distinguished. They're going to receive a higher marking in regards to that, and it should be documented as evidence within their evaluation.
Thank you. Is there ever a way for this to be reverse used? Could we be one of these leading districts to where the teachers can use it to evaluate their administrators?
Let me make sure I understand. Are you asking if are teachers using this tool to evaluate us as admin?
Yes, as like a future, like, hey, was that something that this tool could be used for if the district should say, hey, you know what, that's something that we want to take into account sometime?
This doesn't have a tool, but I will say that I think a lot, maybe I'm misspeaking, but when I evaluate after our post-conference, the last thing I have before we leave is, hey, where is there an area of growth for me that is in terms of supporting you? And I think that open dialogue between us is going to help increase it should, right? it should help increase the relationship, and it should help increase the reason why we're doing this particular tool or this process to help both of us grow. We also have a variety of different end of the year climate and culture surveys and that kind of stuff that we have that people evaluate us on.
So President Anderson, principals, assistant principals, directors are evaluated, and the tool doesn't say the exact thing, but it looks similar. So we are giving each other feedback, which is important to all of us.
It'd just be nice to have a formal document to have documentation of feedback
Yes.
from teachers, you know.
And I think, you know, he mentioned the culture and climate survey, which talks about leadership too. So that's something we've started doing again, and I think it's been very beneficial because our principals are using it to set goals moving forward. So they look at academic achievement data, but they also look at that feedback, and do I need to work on my culture and climate, and here's some steps, because your staff is the best source of how you're really doing a lot of times. Because sometimes I might think as a principal, everything's fine. And then Christina, the second grade teacher, comes and tells me, it's not, Sherry, you have a problem. So.
And maybe components, because obviously much of this wouldn't apply to an administrator, but maybe there are components that could be used to build that climate survey.
Well.
And a lot of the components that we talk about within that card, I shouldn't say a lot, but there's a handful. Our culture and climate surveys ask us about our communication, our relationship, our praising. So we already have a bunch of those culture pieces, and when the staff fill it out, they give us that evidence piece towards it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for the information and for the presentation.
Sorry.
Let's move. Yep.
Just one question. Can you send us what the culture and climate survey, a copy of that?
Yeah.
I don't remember if I've seen it or not, but I just want to see what it looks like, or if anyone else does.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great ask. Let's move on to 7.2, the Haley Unified School District cell phone policy with Mr. Walker, correct?
Yep, that's correct. Good evening, Governing Board, President Anderson. Tonight, I'm here to share some information regarding our practices and our response to cell phone use in our schools. First and foremost, I think it's universally agreed upon that cell phones and social media is a big problem, especially with adolescents. Untethered, uncontrolled access to the internet and social media is dangerous. We do offer our social media dangers of Snapchat presentation, illicit drugs, trafficking. There's all types of things that are happening online. So the first, as a father and as an educator, to share with the community is that it's very, very important to be in tune with what your children are accessing and have access to. So as a societal issue, it's a big problem. What we do as a school, that's what we're here to talk about tonight. And I don't know if we can solve that issue as a school. I wish we could. If I can snap my fingers and create a way to control cell phones, generally speaking, I would love to be able to do so. But in schools, this year, the hot topic that we've heard in the media is cell phone bans. So we've heard about select school districts banning cell phones. So my first question when I hear that is, what does that look like? You know, as somebody who works with policy and works with student discipline, supporting staff, supporting students, as a former classroom teacher myself, just curious, what does that look like? So a recent unified school district, a peer district, came forward in the news. They're kind of the flagship spokesperson for the ban. They came across with a ban, but if you look into it, they voted to ban the use of cell phones in school. Okay, so that's interesting. What does that look like if you dig further? And what they really have is this your standard progressive disciplinary practice. First time the student has a phone out without permission, they get a warning. The second time it gets confiscated by the teacher, and then the third time the parents have to come pick up the phone. So that's kind of your standard progressive discipline that you'll see for not just phones, but for any type of misconduct that's not egregious, that we like to work through that with the communication and education piece, information, not to do this, here's why, secondary consequence, tertiary consequence, and it progressively increases if the behavior consists. So that's one of the districts we've seen. So they're banning not necessarily the possession of the cell phone, but they're banning the use of the cell phone. Another one, they've kind of come up with a catchphrase, away for the day. So they're not technically banned, really. The students are able to bring the cell phones to school, but they're just expected to keep the cell phones stowed away throughout class. Their goal is to decrease cell phone addiction, remove classroom distractions, and cut down on cyberbullying. So when we talk about classroom distractions, as a classroom teacher myself, anything that's disrupting the classroom, teachers have always had the authority to limit that. So it's never been if a student has their phone out and you ask them to put the phone away because we're in the middle of instruction and they said, no, there's no policy that says I have to. It doesn't work that way. The students are expected to comply with the instructions of the teacher. And that's universally understood. It has been 15 years ago when cell phones were not as prevalent, but still a nuisance at the time. Students were complying with directions, and if they don't comply, then there's progressive disciplinary consequences for insubordination, essentially. But when we pull our language from our handbook, I really wish we would have maybe put an article in the newspaper because we would have been pioneers of the cell phone ban. So this language is not new. I've gone back as far as 2014-15, and similar language has been our practice in our handbook since. And it's according to the handbook this year. This is this year's language. Students' personal electronic devices, including cell phones, may not be used during the school day except in the instance of being asked to use them for an explicit educational purpose and under the direct guidance of the classroom teachers. Otherwise, electronic devices are to be off and not displayed for use. If a student uses a personal electronic device to engage in misconduct under another violation area, the student may receive additional consequences. So that kind of gives us, the why, right? We have this is the expectation. The handbook's communicated to all of our families. Parents have to see that at the beginning of the year, acknowledge it. It goes out. Secondary students see this, they have to acknowledge it. This is when people ask, well, where does that say that in writing? Well, it says it in our handbook, and this is what we use to support our learning environment because we have this expectation. Is everything in the handbook followed to a T with 100% accuracy at all times? If so, I probably wouldn't have a job because everybody would be utopically applying themselves to every single consequence, right? But it's not, but we do have language that helps us support our position on where we're at with cell phones. And then it further goes on to say the school may confiscate personal electronic devices and return them to a parent or guardian at the end of the school day. Students are not permitted to photograph other students or staff or to record audio or video of anyone at any time throughout the school day unless granted permission. The school is not responsible for loss, theft, or damage of the devices. So that's kind of where we're at as a school district. That's our language. Now, how is that applied at our campuses? What does it look like at our schools? What measures can be taken? Bless you. We always work with the spirit of continuous improvement. I think things can always be better. So the moment that we stop pursuing ways to make things better, then that's the moment we make a mistake, right? So what can we do to make things better? Well, we've had some suggestions come our way. One of the things that we hear is these locked bags are kind of like a pencil case where students would have to come and lock their phone up before school starts and then unlock them at the end of the day. Maybe you guys have gone to a comedy show or a concert or something where that's becoming more prevalent in places. But if we think about it from the lens of a high school, 2,200 kids, what does that look like in reality of filing in kids to make sure their pencil cases are locked up and then unlocking them all at the end of the day? And then they're $30 per bag. So if we want to buy a bag, who's going to buy the bag? Where's the money to buy the bags? Who's going to manage the bags? Is that something that we're interested in doing? It's an option out there, but it's a discussion grander than just myself. Do we want to invest the time, effort, energy, and money into a program like that? There's been suggestions to bring lockers. From a disciplinary safety standpoint, I would strongly say having lockers on campuses is not a good move. We don't have lockers, and I'm very thankful that we don't, because lockers create a whole other element of school safety and management that we don't have to worry about today. Even if they're small lockers or cell phone lockers, where are they going to go? Who's going to manage them? Who's going to lock and unlock them? Those are all the further questions that we want to ask, if that's something that we would want to consider. Sounds great in practice. Cell phones are locked up, out of sight, but the managerial process of it is some really questions that we'd want to ask. What does this look like in practice? And so we have the financial implications. We have the thousands of students to manage. And the reality of it is the compliance issue would be exactly the same as it is right now. If a student just circumvents the pencil case or the locker, or they lock up the iPhone 7, but they have the iPhone 15 in their pocket, it would be managed the same exact way. There would be a progressive disciplinary, there would be a request to surrender the phone, there would be a conversation, and we would process it the same exact way that we do now without the expenditure or the time, effort, energy into those type of systems. So we had a board meeting a few months back where we had several community members come and express their concerns, rightfully so, about just the concern of children and access to cell phones. And so from that, I surveyed our administrative team. Sent out a survey to kind of see where we're at. Let's get the boots on the ground approach and see what our schools are experiencing. What does this look like? Because for me, from my lens, I see only a snippet of it. When you're actually managing the school, managing your staff, you're in direct contact with your teachers daily. What do we feel? So 22 people were surveyed, or 21 people were surveyed. 10 responded, school administrators, principals, assistant principals, and deans. Do you see cell phones as problematic on the campus? 10 yes, 11 no. It's not really valuable data, kind of shows that it's kind of split. But the next question was, do you have measures in place to address cell phones on your campus? Now, the one that came up was no. I was like, well, no, like, what? Yikes. But I was able to kind of dig into the no and find out more. That was a new administrative team at a school. They were testing out what their staff would need. So they were very black and white with the answer. Like at the moment in time when that was asked, they didn't have it developed yet, but they were working to put something together. So since that, it's 21 yes and 0 no's. But so all of our schools have something in place to address cell phones on the campus. And then the next line of questioning in the survey was, and this is really just opinion, there's really no supporting facts to back it up, but it's just kind of getting a holistic lens from our administrative staff. Do you think a sweeping wide district ban prohibiting cell phones from being brought on campus is reasonable, enforceable, welcome, warranted, necessary, or unreasonable, unenforceable, unwelcome, unwarranted, unnecessary? And that just, again, it's almost, I wouldn't say useless data, but it just to kind of get a feel, it's kind of all over the place, which then makes it really difficult to come up with a consensus decision because you don't have a 100% yes, it's enforceable, yes, it's welcome, yes, it's warranted. If that came back and that was 21 across the board for all of them, I think it would be a no-brainer to say we need to beef up where we're at and create something new. But since we're kind of all over the place, it doesn't really give us a strong position to change what we have right now. Again, we can use what we have right now to better support our needs. And so that's why I have select principals here to kind of share what it looks like on their campuses. And so thank you to Mr. Griggs and Mr. Bickle from the elementary school, Mr. Potts from the middle school, and Mr. Dolan from the high school. They're here to share with the governing board what cell phone management and situations look like on the campuses specifically. And we'll start maybe with elementary, if you guys wouldn't mind sharing what you guys do on a daily basis and what it looks like. Is it a problem? Is it a distraction? How many teachers are they coming to you constantly asking for help? Are students compliant? And that's what we're kind of looking to see what that looks like, more in tune with the day-to-day operations on a campus.
Yeah, so I'll start. So I'm Brian Griggs from Coronado, so President Anderson, members of the board. What it looks like at Coronado, communicated obviously through the handbook, and then also actually in our back-to-school message before students even report on campus, hey, here's what we do with cell phones, and even linked to the handbook so families can reference it in that email. When you walk through the gates of Coronado, it's in your backpack and it's off or on silent. And then when you walk out, then that's when you take it out and you coordinate your ride home and things like that. So some kids may need it for that, and so we're good with that. But it's once you are walking out of the campus, I can count maybe on one hand, if a cell phone goes off in a backpack, and it's usually mom trying to coordinate, pick up in the afternoon type thing. And even our 6th grade, team meeting with them during the summer, talking about it, and it wasn't really a concern of theirs. Kindergarten use of a cell phone is a lot different than 6th grade use of the cell phone. And so with them, just making sure that everyone was on the same page of once you walk in, it's on silent, off, backpack, and then go from there.
President Anderson, members of the board, thank you. I echo the same sentiment as Brian. It's not really an issue on our campus. Our kids are very compliant too. If we see them out, we just ask them to put them away. And it's infrequent when that happens. So at the elementary level, at least on our campuses, I don't see this being a big issue. And like Brian said, I really can't even recollect the last time this became a major issue with a specific student even. Our kids really follow rules nicely.
Good evening, President Anderson, Governing Board, Principal at Sossaman Middle School. Just for you know, I've been at Sossaman all 12 years, so I've had a lot of experience from a teacher, the dean handling the discipline, and now in the principal role. And so we communicate the expectations at our open house. That's kind of the biggest, to get that message out to families. Double down at our curriculum night. When teachers enter the classroom, teachers can talk about classroom-specific expectations, whether that's in a backpack. As a teacher, that was my favorite location. Taking attendance, hey, I see 2 cell phones in the pocket. As I finish attendance, make sure those are put away. I see 3, you'll see 5 students put them away, right? And so, quick, easy way. I never had it as an issue. That we have our math department and likes to have it in the pocket folders. It's a way for them to take attendance. And so that's that. And then in terms of disseminating our expectations to students, for the last couple years, we spend one full entire day, and the 3 administrators are in the science classes, and we present face-to-face a 15-minute presentation, and then I bounce another class for 15 minutes, and I bounce another class for 15 minutes, and we squeeze all that in to those 8 classes, and we set the expectations for students. Our expectation is once they're in the building, that cell phones are not in use. And so it's not an issue. They're allowed to have it during passing period outside of the building. So if you've been on our campus before, we have a main building and then a B building where our gym and some of our performing arts elective classes are, as well as some art classes. So if they exit the building, they can then check their phone to do whatever. I stand in the courtyard. Well, I kind of mix, whether it's the hallway or the courtyard, depending on where everyone else is. We communicate every passing period. Hey, where are you? Where am I? Where am I going to go? I don't see kids using them typically transitioning. So typically it's before school or lunchtime when they're allowed to be out, because that's outside. You'll see kids in the hallway sometimes checking them. They'll look at you and immediately put them away. And I always, we've tried to focus on the positivity of Sossaman. So I'll go up and just give that student a fist bump and just say, hey, thanks for putting that away. So they know the expectation. Just like adults, they're going to check them. There's times where, they want to check those. But overall, it's not a problem. We're one-to-one school, and so there's really not a need for it to use them in class with our HUSD devices.
President Anderson, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to kind of share with you what is going on over at Williamsfield. I was online for a couple of years, so I love videos. So for me, when it came to expectations, when it came to overall expectations, but partly with cell phones, I would send that home in the beginning of the year to families. We don't necessarily have an open house like they would have at middle schools that would afford me that opportunity, so I utilize that. As far as in the classrooms, we utilize our staff members to kind of share expectations. For kids, when it comes to phones on our high school campus, they can use it prior to the day, they can use it at lunchtime, they can use it after school, and they can use it in their passing periods. There was the conversation of, hey, do we not allow them during the passing periods? And I said, I'm not going to be able to police that. We're going to kind of piggyback onto what Mr. Potts said. I agree, if expectations are set, I know I can walk into a classroom and there are times, does a kid have a phone app? Yeah. Should they? No. My biggest message has been, you can use those phones at that point in time, because once you walk in a classroom, that's your learning environment. Put it away. We have some teachers that have pockets. We purchase them for them. Heck, I've even gone as far as saying, hey, I will buy you chargers with 5, 6, 7 different things on it. And maybe that's the way you go after a kid. Using a positivity thing too, like, hey, I see you're using your phone. Is it dying? Just plug it in here. And trying again to make kids realize that the expectation is when they're in that classroom, it is to learn. I told teachers, because some teachers are like, well, I need to use it for X. Well, if you tell me what that app is, I can reach out to IT, and maybe that's something you don't need to use on that phone, and it gives us another ability to say that, no, we won't have to pit this teacher against another teacher because you're utilizing that particular phone. On our campus, the only classroom that is allowed to use their phone is our criminal justice. They have I don't know what you want to call it, but it's some sort of a glass thing that goes over their camera so they can look like a CSI person at those things. So I actually went into those classrooms and explained to the kids that you're kind of lucky. You get to do this, so please don't blow it because this is part of your class. We want to afford you guys this opportunity, so please take care of that. As far as issues with it, I wouldn't really say that we have issues. I think there's kids in anywhere they're going to challenge what we ask, so we've tried to put in some positive things for kids when it comes to that. Whether it's announcements or seeing kids and thanking them for, they see you, they put it away. It's like that's when we see the police officer, I slow down. I'm speeding, but I slow down. So I think it's the same thing in the class, but also those kids that aren't getting it, we do have some contracts that we put them in, and progressive discipline kind of goes into exactly what's already in our policy.
Thank you. And then just to conclude, we're here to support. So if a family or, parents or students feel that there's not support, there's distractions in the classroom, we encourage that to be reported so we can address that, right? Same thing if a teacher's not feeling supported, that they're bringing progressive disciplinary issues to their administration and there's students that are still being defiant and it's not being addressed, we need to know that so we can support that. I will say just managing discipline in general. Our students in our school district are very well behaved, relatively speaking, compared to other school districts. You guys see the suspension report. If somebody's suspended as a result of defiance or insubordination, that's not the first time they've done that. It's a couple occasions that lead up to that. Then the progressive discipline doesn't stop, but you'll never see somebody who's long-term suspended from our school district because they've been defiant so many times that leads to that. We have measures in place to meet with families, to discuss expectations, to put things in place to help support our learning environments. But drastic measures can be taken if there is a refusal to comply, which we don't have that. And so if there are issues that our people are not feeling that they are supported, we do ask that we're made aware so we can help to support that. But I'll conclude with that. Thank you to the individuals who came out of their schools tonight to present. And if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
President Anderson. Mr. Walker, thank you so much. I know that I had asked for this presentation, and I appreciate it because community members had asked about it. And thank you for taking your time this evening, too. I think we maybe just need to toot our own horn a little bit more and say that we have these things in place so that the community knows that we have them in place. And then that might have been the issue. I know that being the parent of out of 2 of the 4 schools, then I know that Mr. Griggs is correct. I have a 6th grader. I think she follows the rules most of the time, and she is very diligent that she cannot have her cell phone at school until she walks out of the campus. And same with Mr. Dolan. My 9th grader is not on her phone. I think in junior high maybe she was a little bit more, which she would sneak it, but or middle school, I'm sorry. But I know that she follows those rules, and the cubbies, thank you, work very well. But I do appreciate that a full ban wouldn't work because of the reasons that you said, as far as using it for a CSI person and in different ways that they look up things and stuff like that. So I think it's just working together as a community to try to keep kids off of their phones as much as we can and engaged. And so I appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
President Anderson. Thank you for taking the time and going through this. Obviously, these are big topics. Can you tell me how many of you guys spoke to your teachers, asking them if there's a problem? I know we have administrative responses. Did you go out to your teachers and ask them, do you have cell phone problems?
Yeah, so one of the things that I did coming in as a new principal is I met with folks in July and said, hey, what are things that are working? What are things that are not working? And one of the things that sixth grade asked, like, hey, are we still, when they walk in, we're still good with, the phones are off and backpacks? I'm like, yeah, no, if that was working, because I had been gone for a semester at Power Ranch, so I was making sure that, hey, are we still good? Doing my fact finding, and I'm like, yeah, no, that lines up with what we do. And so, yeah, no, that was part of the fact finding, just coming in as a new administrator, so.
You stole my thunder. Coming in, same thing, meeting with teachers, community members, kids. One of the big things that they talked to me about was just kind of the follow-through. Would there be follow-through, whatever we were going to do? And there was a policy in place, but they just felt that sometimes it wasn't as consistent. So for me, to me, it's about communication. If we keep communicating the same message, and the teachers, it's something they wanted to make sure that kids understood that, hey, I want you to be engaged in my classroom. So I would say for Williamsfield, as long as we communicate, the teachers did share that there was something they wanted to make sure that kids understood. Please put them away.
I know several teachers, and the reason I ask is I think, and it may depend on their campus, it may depend on their subject. Some of the responses is, it's not a policy, so I'm not going to enforce it. And I have too much other things to do than to worry about if a kid's on a cell phone. I've got to get through my lesson. I've got, so if this one's on their cell phone, I can't stop class to address this one. And I've told that one I don't know how many times. And this one's mom won't quit texting them in class. And, and so, just hearing different things from different teachers. I know our handbook and our words are around it. I don't know if the word policy helps that any. It doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be different, but that it's an actual policy that maybe then staff could feel more supported. They can feel, instead of going, well, reference your handbook, I can reference the policy that we don't allow this during our school day. I'm just throwing some of these things out because I don't know if teachers just, and I'm not saying all, obviously, but that they don't necessarily feel that there's support behind them. And I'm not saying not support from their administrators, but that there's something to go back to. And I know one of the biggest frustrations of what am I going to face, because it is the parent that's continuously texting this child. And if I take their phone away and that parent's upset because then they can't communicate with their child, that's not the interaction that the teacher really wants to necessarily invite with maybe, some particular parents. So I'm just wondering, has these things come up to you guys? I know I've heard of these things, so just kind of throwing that out there.
Yeah, I guess here's what I'll say. Again, going back to just the general idea of communication. So you gave some specific scenarios. So if talking to teachers and they share that what's important to them is that they want the ability to teach their kids, and some of the struggles they have are dress code, or kids getting to class on time, or cell phones. So if we all as a staff make a decision that that's something we're going to do, to me it's about collaboration and talking to everyone to do that. So if we all say that we're going to follow through with that, hopefully we've already kind of said, well, there is a policy, this is the things we need you to do. But then there's the follow through too. So whether it be the principal, the assistant principal, et cetera, helping them out by walking through classrooms. And sometimes you do see it out, right? And like I said, me driving my car, I'm going to slow down. You see the kids kind of put that away, and then maybe that leads to a nice conversation with the teacher, like, hey, how do I help you? Because it seems like you feel like you can't tell a kid this. But know that we're going to be here for you to support that. Well, I can't help it because Johnny's mom keeps texting him. Okay, well, can you do me a favor? Email Johnny's mom and tell her something along that line that, hey, you can call the front office if you really need to see Johnny, but please don't text them while he's in the middle of class. CC me on it so I can respond myself. So again, I think it's the communication and making them feel that they're supported by us, hopefully can help, not cut down because it's still going to happen, but to get them to feel the support so they can kind of follow through with whatever the expectations of the campus are.
If I can add as well, one thing that I think it's important to remember, and of course, special education kind of muddies the water in this regard, but assistive technology is huge for the special education population. And unfortunately, a lot of the apps and things that are available to that population are found in the Apple Store, and you don't find them in the other stores to upload on some of our devices that are the one-to-one devices. For example, we have several kids that lack the ability to speak, and they use their phone as their communication device. So that makes it really hard for administrators, too, to walk into a classroom and you have a student with their device out that is their voice, that you cannot ask them to put that away or take that away from them. So just something to kind of keep in mind as well.
I just wanted to bring to perspective, we have 4 schools representing, but our data that was brought to us says 10 said yes, that cell phones are problematic, even with 20 saying yes, we have measures in place. So some of these teachers may be from those schools, or I'll be the bad guy. It is hard to be consistent, and my kids went to Williamsfield, and I know that some teachers were a little more lenient than others, and I was the mom that drove down to get my kid's phone one day. And my husband spent hours, if not evenings, locking down his phone only for him to figure out how to unlock it all, maybe a couple nights. But my question going back to is, are we working with those schools that said, yeah, we have measures in place, but no, yes, they are a problem. So if you guys are championing this, maybe it's a good time to go work with those schools and have teachers work out. But thank you for bringing up the apps. That was one thing, as I talked to some teachers and teachers that were also parents, is there's like medical apps on there that they use too, that they desperately need. And so I started out being the teacher of, hey, listen, I'm going to treat you like a human, you're going to treat me like a human, and you're going to learn how to adult with a phone in a classroom. It's going to come out, and I'm going to say, put it away, we're going to play that game. And I became a little lenient because I became exhausted about it, and I just don't want to, you're choosing your path, but it comes to a point where you work so hard to teach them, where I finally said, that's enough. And I started looking at what other teachers are doing, and the pockets are definitely working in our schools. And thank you for purchasing it for your teachers, because I just bought my own over break, which I plan on using in my classroom. But I didn't ask if they would. Point being is, I gave the talk to my classes. I said, you know what? It's coming. I was like, districts are starting to talk about the ban. Don't give teachers a reason to want to support banning your phones. I was like, it's coming. I said, but I'm also going to go ahead and implement it in my room. And I had a couple kids mad. And I stopped and I said, wait a minute, why are you mad? Why are you mad that I'm asking you to put your phone away whenever I'm giving every second of my life? And I said, I'm giving more time to you than my family many nights. Why does that make you angry that I'm saying, please put your phone away, when I just want to teach you for 52 minutes? Not a response, not a response. And I tell you, that changed. I'm not saying, oh, that was the thing that changed their life and they don't use cell phones anymore, but I saw a drastic less use of a cell phone, and it's going to be even more so when the pockets get used, but you can also use it as an incentive. I said, okay, pockets are coming later this week, but your performance may enable you to, maybe you don't need to put it in the pocket that day, or we can work our way to, you have more control of your phone in the classroom, which is growing you to know you have able to be disciplined and work in a classroom with that distraction put away. You're making the choice to put away, and that's where I want these kids to be when they leave school. I like the idea of the policy. It's not that it's like, it's not putting a sign up, no weapons on campus, and people just stop bringing weapons on campus. But I like how you said, or if I'm taking the right way, but it helps empower the teachers to say, it's the policy, and the policy protects me, and if I need to take your cell phone, then the policy backs me up. And then when the parents get pushback, well, I'm following the direction, and I have a backing. When it's policy, I've got a backing of the board, I've got a backing of my administration and other teachers, and possibly, other parents in the community. So that, I was perplexed whenever I was looking at JI, student rights and responsibilities, and JIC, student conduct. I was like, oh, we don't have a policy. Queen Creek has a policy, and their language is pretty good. And not to go off task, but to say when that time comes, if we do just have a discussion, it'd be a good thing to look at. Thank you.
President Anderson, Mr. Walker, when you did the survey and the 10 people that said they didn't, how did you proceed from there? Or, I mean, you don't have to, but did you have a discussion, or was there?
No, at that point, that was this initial perspective of where we're at with our schools.
Okay. Thank you.
President Anderson, I'm conflicted about a complete ban. I understand that the intention behind it is to provide a better learning environment, but I do see concerns regarding student safety, personal property, practicality. I also see an issue with any of those like cubbies that are used. Some teachers have like those shoe racks on the doors. Most of these phones are around $1,000, so that opens up for the situation of phones being stolen. And then we have a policy, our existing policy says we're not responsible for loss or theft. So that's a bit contradicting, considering we're telling them to relinquish their phones, but then we're telling them we're not going to be responsible because their valuables are unprotected. While I do have major concerns about addiction to cell phones, social media, EMF radiation, but I think that we need to look at a balanced approach. I think, instead of an outright ban, the silencing when they come into a classroom and being able to keep it in their backpacks. And I know that our teachers do a lot in the classroom, and that's just one more thing that they have to monitor. But I think it just, unfortunately, comes with the environment. I also think that aside from, to prevent theft, I think that kids should be able to have their phones in their backpacks in case of emergencies. And as we see in the results, I mean, it's split. But I would like to know, what is the difference between the two? The ones that said, let me go back to this. So problematic. So why it's almost split. So what is the difference? Why do some think it's problematic and not others? Are the ones that don't see a problem, are they using a specific process in their classroom that might work?
Yeah, it's not a clearly defined question. I mean, to be honest, it's a pretty generic question. Problematic is defined individually, so
Right.
Who knows? I mean, we can definitely expand upon the survey and dig a little bit deeper. That was just kind of a initial approach, just to kind of gauge where we're at.
Right.
But I agree that would be better suited with some more specific language about what that means, for sure.
Perfect. I think implementing a ban, just complete ban, obviously creates, we have to ensure that if we do have a policy in place, that it is consistent, obviously, across the board. But I also believe that they should be able to use their phones during lunch breaks, especially for those students that like to sit by themselves. You know, I would hate to see them feeling more isolated when they're having lunch by themselves and they don't have their phones to entertain them. But so based on that, you know, I think that we can work to find something that benefits everyone versus a complete 100% ban at a school. That's all.
Thank you. Any other comments or information? Thank you all for coming tonight and staying late and helping us understand. I was very curious about elementary school. Are they on their phones? They have phones? They need to have phones. Wild. With the airway, you're right. Thank you. All right, let's
President Anderson,
Yeah.
sorry, one more question. How do you handle watches, smartwatches? Do you have them turn those off as well?
I can speak for my campus. We just ask that they're used as a typical wristwatch, and that's it. But again, it's kind of the same mentality. If it becomes an issue, we ask them to put it away, put it in their backpack, that type of thing.
You know, that was something that did emerge in discussions, that, no, the phones aren't the problem at the elementary school, but the watches are the problem. I have a 6-year-old who's snapping pictures and taking videos on his watch. But the kids that often they ride the bus and the parents use that, that's another hard one. How do we manage that? Because it serves a very valuable purpose on one hand, but it can become a distraction on the other. So it's the same type of thing, communications, expectations, relationship building, but at the same time, it's elementary school, and if a student's 7 years old, it's a learning experience, and it can definitely be frustrating for an elementary school teacher to be managing it. I think it's like a 21st century problem to have.
Right.
And it's emerging, and this came about that the phones are okay, but the watches are the one that's really the pain right now, so.
And just to remind everyone, we did have a bill that passed, and unfortunately, you know, like I said, I'm split about the situation, but the bill was vetoed, and I believe that was for a complete ban. So, yeah, I'm very split.
I do know that Superintendent Horn has formed a task force, and I'm curious to see what comes about from that, because if the ADE imposes, obviously we'll comply with whatever they request, and so that's in the works too as we speak, and so it's kind of waiting to see. That was kind of happening in concurrence with the board meeting that we had when the complaints and concerns came forward. That was happening around the same time, so I've yet to hear an update of where they're at with it. I'm assuming they're probably in the same boat, because it is a pretty challenging circumstance to navigate to come up with the right answer. So,
And most likely, they'll probably introduce the bill again next session and see where that goes.
yeah, potentially, but then again, the ADE has the authority to kind of go outside of the legislature to have their own ADE enforcement measures as well, too. So we'll kind of see what that looks like.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on now to 7.3, the governing board initiatives for the 2024-2025 update.
President Anderson, I want to thank these 4 administrators that go to work early, stayed here late this evening. We appreciate you guys. All right, so we're excited to share with you an update on the governing board strategic goals and initiatives. I'm going to pass these packs of paper down if you're interested in paper, because you'll have a hard copy of what we agreed on. You'll also have it in this format if you want to take notes here. You'll also have this other document that you guys approved for the superintendent evaluation. You don't need to use paper, because it's my understanding it's in board docs if you want to make any notes. You do not have to take notes, all right? So I'm going to let Christina pass that down. Will somebody pass a clicker? Yeah. You get to see this over and over on purpose. How important are our mission, vision, and core values? Everything we do isn't about individuals, but the team, which includes the governing board, cabinet, administrators, teachers, support staff, and very importantly, community and parents. So we want to provide quarterly reports to keep you abreast of the progress we're making and also give you the opportunity to give us feedback. All right, so I am going to brag, and I don't have to because you've heard from a lot of the individuals in the room tonight. And I say this over and over. We have the best team here that supports our schools and our teachers and our parents. So I'm really proud of them. So I hope you're bragging on them too when you're out in public, because I certainly am. All right, you know about our 4 strategic anchors and our indicators. So tonight you're going to hear more specifically what have we done this first quarter. All right, teaching and learning, student success. We're all about that, right? So we have to ask ourselves, are our kids motivated and are they resilient? Because we're learning more and more how important that is. Are we giving them enough leadership opportunities? What are they doing in terms of working with the community? You know about Higley Helps. And then, are we giving them a strong background, not just in reading and writing, but what about math and science and STEM or STEAM? So, beginning in January, we've decided we need a student leadership or superintendent's teen advisory team is what we're going to call it. So you'll remember when we created our strategic plan, we brought in 6th graders, middle schoolers, and high schoolers. And the wisdom, a lot of it came from the kids, obviously. So we're going to put that back in force, and we're going to learn what are we doing and doing well, and what kind of suggestions do they have for us moving forward. And we'll come back and report, and maybe they'll come report to you guys too. So I was fortunate enough to attend a national leadership conference for superintendents last week. And it was a opportunity of a lifetime. There were over 100 superintendents there. And it was in Annapolis, Maryland, which I think somebody at the end of the row down there knows about, right? Topics they covered included effective leadership, effective evaluation, addressing innovative models of instruction, smart learning environments, student engagement, mentor-rich organizational cultures. And we got to hear from this gentleman named Dr. Mark Bedell, who's the superintendent of Anne Arundel County Public Schools in Maryland. Anybody want to guess how many kids he has? No. He probably wishes. Do you know? No, but I was in Montgomery County. Okay. 85,000 students. And it blew my mind. He has about 6,000 teachers. But it was incredibly motivational in terms of where he's been, where he's going, how he works with his community, how he works with his staff. So it was a great opportunity. Yes? How long has he been? This is his 2nd year, I believe. He came from Kansas City, which was even inspirational in itself, because I didn't realize that that's a tough district, the Kansas City schools. He had worked really hard to increase their student achievement and work on culture and climate. And he told the unfortunate story that 2 kids went in the restroom and they each had a knife, and one of them didn't make it. And he said, I hope and pray that nobody else goes through this experience. So, he worked through it, and he finally decided, I think I need a new opportunity. But he said nothing will rip you up as a school community like that. So anyway, I just say that because he's still a man that he got 22 job offers. So very inspirational man, and I think he can handle 85,000 students.
And it's 85 for how many schools?
I have to look at the exact number. There were 6,000 teachers, but it's significant, right? And spread out. But I also wanted to share with you, we had the opportunity to visit the Naval Academy, which I would never have that opportunity in my lifetime. But they talked about an overview of the application process. They brought in a leadership panel of kids, and also we toured the academy itself. And the reason I'm sharing this is I wanted you to see their academic majors. I wanted to highlight, they told us over and over how important project-based learning is, hands-on learning is, the strong STEM background, the leadership experience, which these are the things we're focusing on, and also working with the community. So his kids go out, or their kids go out, they tutor, they shovel driveways, because they have snow there, which you guys don't know what that is, but anyway, but hand in hand, the community works with these midshipmen, which are their students, and they almost adopt them. So I was inspired by this, and I wanted to share it with you. And I want to re-emphasize that we are working so hard, and this team of people are more committed than anybody I've ever worked with. Let's see. I want to show you a short video. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. So I showed that to you, and I'm not advocating that we ever throw a game, right? Athletic director, do I say throw a game?
No, we're not going to throw games.
Okay, but we're not throwing the game, but there's a bigger statement here about leadership, supporting one another, and modeling it all the way from the adults down to the kids. And so, just so happened today, I went to Sossaman to visit classrooms, and I see things very similar to this. I went in a Spanish classroom, and my little student from Bridges, when we opened Bridges, is sitting on the front row. And I can recognize her. She's all grown up, but I learned she was in CrossCat at Bridges, nonverbal. Now she's in honors classes at Sossaman, taking Spanish, and one of the leaders. Well, does that make your heart jump? There was a lot of good things happening. Then I go to Unified Sports today, and this just was like magical. I walk in and I see another one of my kindergartners who's an 8th grader that's in there, general ed, working with these kids, and she said, I couldn't recognize her. Hey, Mrs. Richards. She said, I love it in here, and let me tell you what I'm going to do when I graduate. I said, really, what? She said, well, I've gotten injured so much in sports, I'm going to be an orthopedic surgeon or maybe a physical therapist. I said, either one of those is fantastic. So it all ties in and it all ties together. And I just wanted to share, every time I go in a building, I'm blessed. So now you're going to hear from the rest of the team, and you're going to hear about the work we're accomplishing so far. And I'm going to attempt to use the clicker appropriately.
We've got another clicker. Marcus has got it. He's ready to go.
All
I have a
right.
clicker too.
Okay.
And so from the Educational Services Department, we're going to be presenting today on Strategic Anchor 1, Teaching and Learning Student Success. And so when you see we have Mary Davis and Marcus Berkshire that will each give you an update. Remember, this is an update. This isn't the end of the plan, but we just wanted to share where you were on focusing on our goals so far. Marcus?
All right. So our first goal is to increase the district-wide proficiency rate by 2% as measured by AASA ELA in math and our ACT ELA in math. To date, right now, it's really small to read, but we have really focused in on being intentional in our district professional development. So our sites are all doing professional development on those early release Wednesdays and with their staff. But as a district, what we are focused on, working with principals, since admin retreat, we've really focused on that supporting teachers in aligning their resources and instruction to our district instructional maps. And in addition, what Melissa was talking about earlier today, we've also been very intentional in trying to ensure that what we talk about has a tie-in to the Danielson framework as well. So as we work with principals, how can you see these things that we are talking about in your classrooms and provide feedback to teachers around these. In addition, at the elementary level with teachers, we are working on the district PD days, analyzing using data to make instructional decisions has been the primary focus there. Secondary, on their PD days, we're doing a formative assessment practices and application series with them as well. And then we had talked about benchmarks earlier. We do administer benchmarks with our staff, but really trying to shift that conversation around how do we find value for that at the district level in terms of gaps and trends and that kind of thing. But then at our site level, what kind of conversations are our principals having with teachers around those benchmarks and helping them to see the value to, it's not, the benchmark is not what we should be planning off of, but we are using the benchmark to identify where we need to make adjustments in terms of our instruction and really how does that get reflected back into our formative assessment. So we start those benchmark conversations this week. Actually, tomorrow is our first one, right? So those are some of the things that we're doing in order to get to that 2% increase at a district level.
Thank you. One of our next goals this year is to continue the development and implementation of our district instructional maps. And what that looks like is adding on our ELA and math instructional maps for K-5. Last year, we were able to do kindergarten and first grade ELA maps, and that involved identifying our priority standards for kindergarten through sixth grade. And this year, we will continue that. We will have our ELA maps completed by mid-November. I'm very excited to have those up and ready for our teachers. And then for our K-5 math instructional maps, we will start to roll that out more in the second half of the year. I do have a new elementary math coach, so allowing her time to get settled in this role and work with teachers to identify those priority standards. I have mid-February up there. It might be finished more mid-March, depending on the assessment schedule as well. And then for the secondary fine arts and electives, we are working on getting that rolled out so we can schedule time with teachers, especially our singleton teachers, for the fine arts and electives. It's not as easy to pull a whole group together, so working on how we can pull and work with those individual teachers. So that's where we stand with our maps. And then our next goal is adopting and implementing a comprehensive district instructional coaching model or framework to ensure common practices throughout the district and have clarity on the role of instructional coaches. Our progress update on this is we have done surveys of our instructional coaches and our administration to kind of better understand what the coaching roles look like currently and what a framework would look like throughout our district. This year we're hosting quarterly district coaching meetings with our instructional coaches K-12. So this year we have instructional coaches in the secondary role as well. So bringing them together to understand what their roles look like and how we can work together to have a more unified approach to coaching and have that framework put together. We are looking at frameworks such as Jim Knight or Diane Sweeney will pull together a task team to help us really dig into what that looks like. So it is a decision across the district, not just me, Mary Davis, saying, I like this, let's go with this model. We want to make sure we have a representative voice that will best support all of our coaches and our teachers, as this is something that will impact teachers and students in terms of getting them the best support. Back to you.
And it's back to me. So our fourth goal in teaching and learning is to develop district professional learning community and multi-tiered systems of support frameworks to ensure district-wide alignment to the strategic plan, Danielson, and clarity on using data and research-based practices within a collaborative culture. So we have put together 2 task teams, one for MTSS, one for PLC. They will start that work next week, actually, to really identify what, as a district, we believe means when we say we are a professional learning community district. What does that mean? What does that look like? Some common practices and expectations district-wide, same for MTSS. So we'll start with the theory of action and really identifying what those if and then statements that we need to accomplish in order to get to that goal, and then do a needs assessment as to where are we currently as a district, site by site, and where are those gaps that we need to start looking at. We have K-12 representation on those task teams, as well as from various stakeholders, trying to ensure that this is, again, just like Mary was talking about with the coaching framework, a district-wide unified framework that applies to all of our school sites and for all kids.
Good evening. This is my cue. We're on to number 2. Thank you, Sherry. Highly effective personnel. And I apologize for the voice already. Strategic anchor number 2, and our focus so far has been on 1, continue to provide meaningful professional development and support to all employee groups. Number 2, continue to evaluate and seek effective means to pass on potential benefits and cost savings to employees. So just a little bit about our progress. Thanks to Mrs. Miller, who's not in the room. She has been providing some special education professional development. She had 23 new special education teachers this year with monthly professional development, as well as 138 classified staff, meaning our para 1s and para 2s that have been provided quarterly professional development. We're very proud of that. Next, you'll see our progress that we have now created a new classified evaluation tool. We heard a lot about Danielson tonight, so we took some of the information from there, as well as kind of polled other school districts to see what they were using, and we have now created a new classified evaluation tool, which is all online in MLP/Frontline. We're using the same software system for Danielson as well as the classified evaluation tool. The evaluation tool does have an element, I want to make sure that the board knows about the element of self-evaluation, which is really great. An employee can go in and start evaluating themselves and putting their goals in there as soon as August of the new school year. So they can go in with their supervisor, or they can do it on their own. They can have the conversations with their supervisors. We're providing hands-on training, both for the employees and the supervisors. Most recently over this fall break, myself and Nina Francone, who has put this all into Frontline, went and we did a training with all of the plant managers and the facilities folks. So it worked out really well. We'll continue to review this tool and see how we can make it even better as we go along. This is our first year. We had the pilot last year, and a few of our departments used it, but this is our first year of implementing district-wide. Next, a little bit of progress on recruit, hire, and retain. We hired over 100 teachers this year to join us on our journey of teaching the students of Higley. We hired over 240 staff members, and this is just in the first quarter. We continue to hire. We still have a few vacancies remaining. Ms. Miller had told me the other day she still has 2 special ed teachers that we need to hire. So that's just a little bit of what we're at, but we're doing the best we can. And one of the things you'll see in here is the additional advertising. We're trying to reach out to specific areas where we might be able to recruit specific teachers or other staff members as needed. So we're really looking at what we can do in that respect. We had the new employee orientation. We added the more than SAD. When folks come in to learn about their benefits and get orientated to Higley, we have added the more than SAD training to that day long where they come in, they will learn about benefits, they learn about more than SAD, they do their vector training, all of that happens in a day. We did have an additional vector training unit added this year. We are working on, and we just had 3 employees get certified in our health services so that we can offer free CPR and first aid training and recertification to employees that it is part of their current job description. So those are usually employees that are at the lower level of pay. We thought this would be an additional benefit to the employee. Again, reducing the out-of-pocket costs for our employees and giving them a benefit where we could provide this. The cost was minimal. Employee recognition, years of service. Tyler Moore and his staff put that together and then turned that over to HR this year, and we're happy to have it and recognize our employees. I talked about the additional advertising. The other thing that has increased due to advertisement and a better, how do I say this? A better format for people to follow is how they can increase their salary through salary advancement. And that's educating themselves with college courses and applying for additional salary advancement. So we saw a 42% increase. Kudos to Nina, again, Francone, and the HR staff that are really promoting this. And I have to say kudos also to the benefits department because they do a fabulous job of orientating our new employees as well. Great things are happening. So we have, and this is thanks to James Walker sitting next to me. He leads this program of professional development. This is our Higley Leadership Academy. And we have 35 candidates this year, and about half of them are certified employees and the other half are classified employees. We opened it up last year and had a good response. This year we had an even better response from a variety of employees who really want to take on leadership roles in the future. So we're looking at that. I think we have another class this week, right?
Yeah, Thursday night
Yeah.
is the finance session.
Oh, boy. So, yeah, and I'm sure, yeah. So, okay. Oop. Work, please. There we go. Another area of progress, and this is a benefit to our employees, is the wellness. We hired the nurse navigator this year through Kairos, and her name is Meredith Albers, and she is doing a fabulous job of reaching out to our employees and sharing how she can help them find places like, for instance, like where should I go to have an MRI? what would be most beneficial, how can I reduce my cost, my out-of-pocket cost as an employee. So she's working with employees on that. We also have the benefit fair coming up on November 13th. Looking forward to that. We have many vendors coming, as well as we will offer biometrics for the employees that are currently insured, as well as vaccinations just for employees that are currently insured as well. So we have Wellness Wednesdays, which is great. We have contests of how many people can answer the wellness questions correctly, and we're just offering all kinds of things in the area of wellness to our employees and really looking at the data that's available to us to focus on those areas of needs for our employees. Okay, here we go. And Jessica's next.
That's me. Good evening, President Anderson, members of the board. I'm excited to talk a little bit about our efforts in communication and community relations tonight. So the marketing and public information team worked really hard this summer on the launch of our new website. Our priorities align with Strategic Anchor 3, which is to engage all stakeholders through transparent, respectful, timely, and consistent communication. That's a huge component of that. We're also continuing to refine our branding, our engagement efforts, and our marketing this quarter. So at the end of last school year, we set out to focus on this year's efforts on indicators 1 and 2, and that's to establish processes for communication and relationships in our community. So we're proud to have accomplished several of the board-approved action items already this year, especially as it pertains to what I mentioned, the website launch and implementation. We have completed 2 training events for the website content contributors across the district. This is every office manager at each site has been trained to manage the content on their website. We had a second training that was optional for those who'd taken it before. I would say almost every single one came to, ask specific questions or to get a refresh on that content management system. And then we opened it up as well to anybody who managed specific pages for their sites, and that was optional for them. We've also implemented the board-approved directives, including some tweaks to that communication and website, eliminating those extensive teacher pages and making it a staff directory, which also makes better use of the system itself. And then prominently displaying board meeting dates and other events. The website has a calendar integration that works really well with that. So those are some of the website area action items we accomplished. In the area of community engagement, we've also established a subscription button on our website for our district newsletter, open to anyone in the community who wants to receive that newsletter. And we implemented a new format. Thank you to those of you who attended the Business and Community Partner Breakfast this fall. We worked with School Connect and brought more brainstorming and project integration into that event, and it aligned with our Higley Helps initiative. And we sent out a post-event survey that was widely received. So people gave a lot of really great feedback on the new format for that event. Our ongoing marketing efforts continue with the goal of boosting elementary enrollment and recruitment in the district. Quarterly marketing campaigns focus on our special offerings and are running strategically, targeting relevant audiences. And we have some analytics that pertain to that first quarter of the digital marketing campaigns. As you can see, we've had more than 4,000 click-throughs to our enrollment page from our digital ads. These are ads that are running across social media, Facebook, Instagram. We run recruitment ads specifically on LinkedIn. We also have search ads and display ads that are managed through the marketing. And still to come, we are excited to continue enhancing communication by launching and implementing a new mass notification system. So if you recall, the transition of the website was due to the fact that Blackboard, the company that was hosting the website previously, was purchased by a company called FinalSite. They also had purchased that element that Blackboard owned, which was the mass notification. So those emails, text messages, attendance alerts. We are going to be transitioning that system over next. So we're going through training that ourselves as our admin team right now, and we're going to be rolling out that new system in the second semester of this year. We're also finalizing new content to promote each specific school, and we're excited to continue that. That's slated to be complete and ready to print before enrollment opens up in the end of the semester.
Strategic Anchor 4, we focused on 4.2 and 4.4. So in the area of 4.2, we look to identify and seek additional revenue sources. I see this as additional revenue sources above and beyond what we do every day. So I remind the board we are constantly looking for grants, working with the school facilities board to garner revenue to support our capital needs. So a couple areas in addition to that, the review of district fees, I've mentioned that already, looking at community and preschool, making those programs profitable so we can then in turn bring some of that money back into the operations budget. Commerce Bank, this was a board-approved agreement to pay vendors via ACH if they so choose. These are vendors who do not want the paper check, they want their money instantly. And we have an agreement in place where we can charge them a fee if they want that paid via ACH. So that has just been implemented, so we don't have complete progress to that yet, but we'll look to watch that and track that revenue. In addition, we have a lot of other programs that help supplement our district, one of them being our foreign exchange students that the district services. Those students are brought in through an agency. Mr. Lotzenheiser kind of oversees that. That money comes into the district pretty much unrestricted, and so we typically try to put that back into the high schools. And so leveraging maybe a higher fee to some of these agencies or more foreign exchange students to get additional revenue back into a district that's kind of unrestricted is an area we're looking at. And then more, our sports programs, all our extracurriculars are costing more and more. The cost to take a student trip or to coordinate with the AAA and all our fees. We know we try to avoid asking more fees from our parents in terms of participation fees, gate fees, stuff like that. But we are getting close to the point of subsidizing now with operational dollars to support those programs. So as I think I've been rhetoric, looking at fees again to make sure that we are at least bringing in what we need to bring to support those programs is something we're continuing to evaluate. In addition, I mentioned earlier in the AFR, that fund balance is continuing to grow. And how do we leverage those revenues in that specific fund that's relegated just to food service to our fullest advantage? And so we're researching the benefits of being contracted versus help-op, other ways, like I've mentioned, to reinvest back into equipment, and seeing how we can leverage those monies to best support the district. I think James has the 4.3.
Yes, 4.3, our security updates. So we're currently underway in our camera phase number 2, which is our secondary schools. We have 105 new cameras distributed amongst both middle schools. They're currently being installed and sent online as we speak. And then there's 164 cameras that's going to be distributed between both high schools. That order's in place, and once our technicians are finished with the installation at the middle schools, they're going to be moving right on into the high schools. Another phase that we're working towards is our traffic control, traffic calming. And so the first phase of that is the speed bump analysis, and so that's been complete, and then the speed bump installation is taking place throughout the district. So we'll see that over time, all of our schools will be outfitted with strategically placed speed bumps to help control traffic and create a safer environment at parent pickup and drop off. And then our mass communications protocol for emergency operations by way of Informacast, that pilot process has begun, and we anticipate rolling that out gradually throughout the district for the remainder of the school year.
Thank you. Any board comments or questions?
President Anderson.
Yeah.
Mrs. Johnson, real fast, did you say how many teachers we were short? I know you mentioned.
Just 2 special ed
That's
right
it,
now.
okay.
Right now,
In the
that's
district.
all
That's
we
what I thought, and I
have.
just wanted to make sure I understood that it was only
Yeah, we
2, which
do,
makes me happy, because I think last year we were in a different place.
Yeah, we've pretty much filled everything. We may have some long-term subs in some positions based on people being out on a leave or something, but overall, we're doing really well. We just filled a high school math, and I believe, no, we didn't get the 3rd grade, but we will get that one, so.
Yeah, I believe I got an email from Mr. Dolan about, we just hired a new algebra teacher, correct, for extra
Yes, we
support?
did.
So that's great, because I know that's a very hard.
Starting soon, very soon.
Very nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I just had a question for Jessica. You said highlight each school on which platform? They're rolling out to highlight each school on.
What was your, the school-specific communication? Yes. So what we're doing is we're putting together branded one-sheets and supplemental material for each school site to actually distribute, and also it'd be used for the school tours. But we are also using that information and content to make branded digital advertising. A lot of our advertising right now is district-wide, and it's for enrollment, specifically elementary. But we've also got advertisements running that have, say, DLI programs, highlighting those different initiatives that are happening at specific schools that we can kind of call out and promote as well.
I love that. Thank you. And I couldn't bring this up before because it wasn't on the agenda, but you mentioned the business education breakfast, and I loved that format. It was the best that I've seen and done, especially attending other events like that. So it was great, and I thought it was very helpful in getting the community involved with our schools as well.
We're hoping to do a similar format for our spring with college and career focus.
I loved it. Thank you.
President Anderson, Ms. Batista, I've had several people reach out and say certain things on the website don't work.
Yes, so we are still in the process of optimizing all of the pages of the website. We launched over summer with the knowledge that some of the work was going to continue to be done throughout. So we're still cleaning. I would say we are probably 95% there, but we've also sent communication to our sites, and we're receiving that feedback. So as we get those different, broken links or something like that, a lot of the content on the previous Blackboard website, some of it didn't migrate correctly. And so we're going back and kind of retrieving and fixing those different things. A lot of that work has been successfully completed, but we are, still receiving feedback here and there, and we urge anyone who has an issue to come forward with it. Sometimes also it's a matter of the user having to clear their cache or clearing their cookies in history, and then refreshing that website so that it's not pulling up that old website information.
Is there does the site list something where, for technical issues, if call here? Can we make that easily available so that if they do run into an issue, they know who to contact or email by phone?
Yes, our departmental address is the contact for the website, but we can make sure that information is clear on the footer.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks.
And then I do have one more question for you. You mentioned the More Than SAD training. Can you tell me how that's utilized?
How it's utilized?
How the training is implemented?
It's in person while they're here onboarding, and it's about a 30-minute training, and it's something that we are mandated to do. It's a mandatory training for all employees.
And then do the employees then implement it in the schools, in the classrooms? Is it all administrators, all teachers, all staff?
All staff are trained on More Than SAD, yes.
Yeah, more than SAD satisfies our requirement from the Mitch Warnock Act If you recall, I presented maybe a year and a half ago or so to the board. We're obligated to present a suicide awareness training protocol that's prescribed by the state through Project Aware. And the more than sad is the module that we've elected to use. And so we have to train everybody. The law dictates 6 through 12 that deals with students in 6 through 12. We've elected to go above and beyond and just do all of our staff because as a K-12 unified school district, we never know who is and who isn't exposed to 6th graders, right? So with that being said, it's an efficiency step because we didn't want anybody to get lost in the shuffle because we do district-wide trainings to start the school year, but we have so many employees that start after the start of the school year that it made it really hard for the schools to track who's starting when and who's delivering the training. So now we can catch everybody really before they start at the orientation.
Wonderful. Thank you.
One last one. Sorry. Mr. Moore, I just have a quick question. You had mentioned, everything's costing more. Are we in line with other districts as far as what we're charged for sports, or do we have wiggle room?
It really varies all over the place. Some districts do a lot more supplementing from their operational budget in there, and they've kept some of those fees low, where then we have other ones that are probably double where we at. We are, through the course guide process, we bring back a fee schedule to you for approval through that, and we are going to be examining that and presenting that to you in November and then December as we take a look at where we're at.
Thank you.
President Anderson, the fees for sports goes into the student activity fund, correct? Or does that get applied to another account?
It goes into auxiliary or tax credit, however the parent designates.
Okay.
And that's designated back to, a portion goes back to the athletic director to cover costs for game entry, transportation to the game, equipment, et cetera, and a portion goes to the program itself as well.
So when we get the student activity fund reports, is that part of?
That's a separate fund. That's club monies.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And that's obligated to be reported separately.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Let's move on to, we are at 7.4, the novel committee selection process with Mary Davis.
Good evening. So I'm going to go over our selection process for the novel committee. All the details are up on the slide, but I'll walk you through it so you don't have to read everything up there. Our applications were open from August 1st through August 21st. From there, or during that time frame, each school was provided with a snippet of information to include in their newsletter that they sent out over that time period, giving us a reach of over 15,000 people, which garnered us 94 applicants, which was a much higher number than what I was expecting, which was exciting. And then we were able to verify the which applicants were eligible using the two criterion that we went over during our board meeting at that time, which was July 23rd, I want to say. And those criteria were they needed to be an HUSD teacher, a district office staff member, HUSD administrator, or an HUSD parent, legal guardian, or community member that resides in the HUSD boundaries. And then as part of the application, they also had to check that they were willing to commit to reading a novel every 4 to 6 weeks that might be outside of their usual preference. And because we had so many applications, we did opt to do a blind selection or a blind draw, meaning that they were randomly selected, put the names into a bag and drew them out by their stakeholder group. And that process was done with 7 members of our Ed Services group. We were in the room for that. We then drew, like I said, from each stakeholder group, the number needed for that stakeholder group. We wanted to make sure we had equal representation between community member and HUSD members. Our goal, like I said, was to have that proportionate representation to get to that 28 members of the committee. So the breakdown of applications that we only had one site administrator apply. So that person, we automatically moved in. Same thing for 3 district staff members. And then we had 10 teacher applicants. So then we drew from them to create that 14 Higley committee member group. And then the rest were all community members, parents, legal guardians, which is super exciting. So we drew from that group to get 14 parents, legal guardians, community members. We also have a chair, which is myself, and a co-chair, which is Ms. Miller. And that's how we comprise the 28 members of our novel committee. And then President Anderson, you did ask for an update of our committee so far. We have met once for each committee. We met on September 10th for the 6th through 12th grade novel review committee. The meeting was pretty easygoing because we just reviewed the purpose of the committee, the norms, expectation, and we went over the rubric that they'll use to review the novels as the requests come in. Pretty much every applicant said that they would go for any grade band, so we identified what grade band they would like to work with as they read novels, and then review requests came in for new novels that week, so I was able to assign those out. The books came in, and so they're reading those books and submitting their rubrics so that we can discuss those recommendations during our October 23rd meeting, so a week from tomorrow. And then our pre-K through 12 supplemental material review committee met on September 25th. Same breakdown of how that meeting went. We did have one supplemental material submitted at that time. It's a K-3 writing material. And I have 2 more that have been submitted at that time that I can now roll out to those members. Are all very eager to get their hands into the work and start reviewing material. So that's where we are so far. Any questions?
President Anderson, Ms. Davis, I'm trying to find my list here. But when I reviewed the list of the 28, out of the 28, 17 of them were staff members. And only, I believe, 11 had no employment ties with the district. So that was concerning for me because I do want it to be equal as far as the different categories. But obviously we do have employees that are also parents. But when you look at the 28 members with yourself and Ms. Miller being chair and co-chair, and then the remaining, there are 17 that are employees out of the entire list.
Point of clarification, for Ms. Miller and myself, we will not be reviewing the novels along with the members. We are there to facilitate the meeting. That is just part of how the committee works. But we went through synergy and we identified exactly who is a staff member and exactly who is a parent. We are very clear on if you were a teacher, you were a teacher, you won't count as a teacher and a parent. So if you're a teacher, you were a teacher first. So there are 14 HUSD staff members and 14 community or parent legal guardians. I'm trying to pull up my list real quick so I can review that.
I mean, unless something changed from the last employee list that I received that I was able to compare to, I was able to locate 17.
And let me go back a slide. It is an HUSD teacher.
There's a teacher, there's a lunch aid, there's...
It's teacher. is the category. It's a teacher, a office staff member from the district office, or a site administrator. It is open outside of that. We are only counting teachers in that count. So if you're a parent outside of that, that was open.
So 3 weren't teachers, so they are counted as parents.
Correct.
Out of the 17. Okay.
Because yes, our categories were teacher, district office, site administrator, parent, community member, legal guardian. Those are our 4 categories.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions?
Yes, sorry. I was waiting for somebody else to speak in case they had to. One thing that I will mention also for future agenda items, but for here, I wanted to find out if all the committee members have been notified of the state laws that apply to book selection and curriculum. And
Yes,
things like
that was part of our first training for both committees, was going over all the state laws that pertain to reviewing the books and reviewing supplemental committees. Okay. And that on board docs, we have a drop down for both committees where you can find our agendas, and what we reviewed is in there, and ARS 15-120.03 is in there as what we went over.
Okay, so is it just that one statute?
That is the one that is pertinent for our novels, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And just to put it out there, to say it publicly, that if you go to About HUSD, correct, and then you go to district committees, that's where you can find the dates and the information for this novel committee. And then in board docs is where you can find the
Correct.
Minutes and everything.
Yes.
Okay, so when they
So
get it
all information about the meetings, the agendas will live in board docs, and then the meeting dates will be on the website.
Under About HUSD.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go on to 7.5, the summary of board meeting minutes. This one's was requested by Ms. Reese. Are you going to be leading this one?
Yeah, I just wanted to be able to have a conversation with the board. I've been seeing some repetitive questions in our superintendent reports, whether it's come up before or I really notice after a board meeting that there's several questions regarding information that was covered in the board meeting. So I wanted to give us an opportunity to have a conversation to see if there's a process that we can put in place that would help for us. I know we used to get the summary of the board meeting, and I don't know if getting that again would help. But like I said, I've just noticed that there's some repetitive questions. So how can we create something that can help us find that information? And if it was in a board meeting, if that summary would help, try and help cut down some of their time answering the same questions, or again, that something that we had just covered in a board meeting. So is there a process that we wanted to consider? Is there something that could help us?
President Andrew, I was just going to say, Ms. Richards, doesn't the staff receive a summary currently? Or do they still, or I can't remember, sorry.
Yes, the staff is receiving a summary, but I don't want to put you on the spot, but Christine sending that out, right? Okay.
So is it the same thing that we would receive then? I mean, I know the first question was asking what this was, so it's probably a good idea to have a summary?
I don't know if it used to be more detailed, because now I feel like it's almost, this was the agenda item, here was the vote. Help me, Virginia, if I'm wrong. It used to be more detailed, and
so,
now
yeah.
it's more like they discussed whatever, and here was the vote. And so if we need to go back to being more detailed, we certainly can, you know?
Well, we used to get that
Yes.
as well.
I think, Mrs. Reese, that's what we used to get was the same thing that the staff got, which was more detailed, yeah, than what I remember. And like I said, since the board questions, the first one was asking about what this was, then maybe it would be helpful to jog our memory during it.
We can do that, for sure.
I mean, if the benefit is ultimately saving district time so you don't have to repetitively answer the same questions, I think also the benefit too is either we can just store them someplace, but we can have it listed, this board meeting on this one, and that's the one you can click. So like, if you know there was a topic you wanted to go back to or whatever, because sometimes looking at the agenda and then going through and like reviewing the video sucks. So the idea of having that summary, you know, sounds nice.
Okay.
Are you, President Anderson, Ms. Reese, are you talking about just the superintendent report, or what questions are you referring to?
Yes, primarily the superintendent report, when we get a weekly report that has board member questions. I'm seeing a lot of repetitive questions of stuff that was covered in a board meeting. And so I'm wondering if we have the summary. I don't know if you ever received that summary. We used to get
Never seen it.
a good summary of what transpired. Not as detailed, well, maybe similar to the minutes, but it's not the minutes, if that makes any sense. And so if something comes up, it's like, wait, we talked about that in the board meeting, let me go back. And so we had a reference point, and that way we could go back and reference stuff that was covered in the board meeting. So that way we have a reference point that we can go to. Like Board Member Wade said, that we're not reviewing all the video or something, that we have a reference point that we could go back to that would answer our question. If we can try and have something like that first before sending it to them, that we have some resources of our own to go back and reference.
Right, and there are several instances where we do, let's say, discuss something at a board meeting, and we request the information, and then we don't get the information, then it's a follow-up to get that information. Or if it's having a meeting and requesting information, and then not getting that information again, and then having to request that information again. So sometimes it gets listed multiple times because I still don't have the information that I've requested.
Yeah, I'm not referring to information that was requested. I'm referring to information that was provided in the board meeting. I get what you're saying.
I'm a little confused as to like what exactly like you're talking about, which is why I asked.
It was at
I'm
the
like,
top
what
of
is
my
this
mind
really
before when I asked for this, that I can't necessarily think of. I don't know if anyone has any specifics. But it was something that I had noticed. It's like, wait, we talked about this in the board meeting. That I'm seeing it. Wait, this was covered in the board meeting. This is the same answer that we had in the board meeting. So I'm just wondering, because sometimes, yes, after a board meeting, you're thinking about some things, and it was covered, is what I'm saying. And so if we have a summary or something to reference to first, before we're asking, because going, okay, we covered that topic in the board meeting, let me see what it was.
Okay, so as an example, prior board meeting, there was a question about, I believe, brain pop. And so I had asked a question regarding that specific item. And the response to my question was, we've already answered this. Well, no, the prior one was about Pebble Go. It was not about Brain Pop. And so before I ask questions, I actually search, excuse me, I do a search in all of our board meetings, because I can do keyword searches and things that come up, and I can look and see at the meeting minutes what was discussed regarding items. And if something doesn't pop up with the keyword, then I have to be able to ask that question.
Okay, but I never even said it was you asking the question.
No, I'm not. I'm
So
just giving an example. So
Yeah,
I'm giving you an example because you're not giving me an example. So I'm giving you an example of a situation where there might be a repetitive question. So I'm explaining that that's one reason why that might seem repetitive. So I don't know what your example is, so I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I brought this up, what was it, 3 so weeks ago. So it was, like I said, at the top of my mind at the time. I had requested it to go on there. And I don't even know who's asking the questions. That's why I'm saying that if there's something that we could, a process that we could have that maybe help all of us review. So if we have a question about what took place in a board meeting, is there something that we can quickly review, a summary, asking if we want that summary again? So that's all I guess that's all I'm coming down to, because I am seeing repetitive questions of, oh, well, that was covered in the board meeting, that was covered in the board meeting. And again, I can't give you a specific, so I'm asking, I guess, the board if it would be helpful if something's coming up and we're asking, maybe having a summary of that being easier to reference.
Yes, let's try that. And
Oh, sorry.
I think so. Sorry, Mrs.
Go ahead. No.
We don't have our control up there, limiting us to 2. I was going to say, ultimately, I don't think an example matters so much as I think this would be a benefit, right? We may not have an exact example of a repetitive question at the present moment in time. Let's remove the repetitive question from this. This will still be a benefit for us, so I think we should just do that if that's possible.
Got it.
Yes, but if it's a topic that's hit a lot, though, if it's specifically to budget, or if it's specifically to policy, it's something, then that would be, okay, then we need to maybe come back and better explain or whatever, but yes, I like the idea, let's get that back on track.
We can decide this because Christine's not here. She'll be fine with it.
Let's go on to our action items, correct? Okay, action item 8.1, regarding the approval of the fiscal year 24 annual financial report. I motion that the governing board approve the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual financial report and attachments as presented. Are there any questions or comments?
Second.
Amanda? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 8.2, the approval of the field print fingerprint services agreement. Was there any discussion for this one? Okay.
President Anderson, I just had a question about this, and I didn't send it before, but Mrs. Johnson, I think you're probably the one to answer this. Are the employees paying then for the service? I was confused about the $18. Then did they cover that, or we cover that?
President Anderson, no, they will not be covering that. What they will pay for is the cost that they currently pay for to get a fingerprint card. The district would absorb that cost based on offering a convenient, easy location here, a service that we could provide to people that will speed up the hiring process. Excuse me. So they would come here and do their fingerprints here, and we would have access to that information as well. So it would speed up the process. We would only be offering this service to volunteers, coaches, and applicants who are applying who don't have a card. We're trying to provide an additional service for that $18, and it will cost, some in labor. Current, people here doing those. We currently only do them for volunteers, and we do them by ink. This would be electronic. This would be a service that would be provided to people that are going to be either volunteering or working for us. And we cover the $18. They cover the cost of the $67.
It's paying the $67, we're just doing.
Yeah, that is a cost that we couldn't absorb at this time.
Right.
So we would take on the cost of the $18 and the internal labor to do those fingerprints.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
President Anderson? Just throwing this out there, I mean, is that something that you would, or that the district could consider offering as a service and charging people the $18?
Now, James is going to go. He's been working on this project along with myself, so.
So we've been working very hard to try to create an enterprise solution for it where we can set up shop as a fingerprint center for anybody and then make it a profitable. However, Field Print has essentially two different models. One is that would be the in-house version that we're bringing forward you guys tonight. The other one, though, is contingent on their region reps, and they explore business developmental areas, and they wouldn't put that with us because it wouldn't be profitable in their lens if there's another one somewhere close by. So
I really don't like to go to Higley and Baseline. I would really like to go down the street.
I've been making a strong pitch that we have the warehouse, we have the print shop, we have an opportunity to provide centrally located Gilbert. They're in New Jersey. They don't see Gilbert, I think, like we see it, but we're still fighting to try to bring that to our school district as an option. But right now, our hands are tied. They won't let us do that until they give us the approval, so.
Okay, keep working.
Yep.
Mrs. Reese, I agree. I think a lot of the government services have gotten rid of it too, that used to offer it in-house, so it would be helpful.
President Anderson, is this where I can second the motion?
No.
Oh, okay.
A motion wasn't made yet.
A motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're correct. Thank you for calling that.
I've emphasized before that we need to scrutinize our spending and focus on necessities rather than wants. When the district is requesting an $83.1 million bond from the community, it's vital to prioritize essential needs over conveniences. While fingerprinting is necessary, allocating funds for an on-site fingerprint machine may not be the best use of resources under such a large financial ask. The community expects these funds to go directly to supporting students and educators. Spending $9,000 annually on a convenience service undermines that expectation, especially when combined with a $2,500 setup fee. There are already plenty of available fingerprint locations, and while scheduling an appointment may be inconvenient, this is a small burden compared to the importance of ensuring that funds are directed to the areas that have direct impact on students. Approving this agreement risks setting a precedence for future spending of conveniences rather than straining the budget and shifting focus away from the district's educational goals. We must ensure and spending $9,000 annually for convenience, I don't believe is it. Thank you.
We apologize for the background music.
Mr. Walker, please remind me, how far off are we from possibly having that opportunity to offer the services here? Is it likely, somewhat likely?
It's really hard to say. I mean, right now, they've essentially said no without saying it by being unresponsive. They basically said, don't call us, we'll call you, we have your number, and if it's something that we find to be beneficial for the organization, so, don't know. But I think this, if anything, puts our foot in the door with the organization, who knows? But I couldn't honestly answer that with confidence right now.
President Anderson. Yeah, I mean, so obviously it can't be used as a revenue source, but at the same time, I feel like if somebody's gonna schedule an appointment to come here to get a fingerprint, what's the difference of scheduling it down the street to go get their fingerprints? The minimum required is like 500 prints. And even with, if we were able to cover our entire staff, what would it cost us as the absorption of the fees, and how is that beneficial?
So the $9,000 is the minimum we have to pay to them for the $18 times 500 people. 500 prints basically is what you're talking about. So we have about 700 volunteers a year. Not all of them need a card because of the different tiers that we have. As I stated tonight, we had over 100 teachers and 240 employees hired as staff. We believe that we would come close to that number each year, depending on turnover, resignations, et cetera, you know. So yes, it is a convenience, but it also provides us with security in a quicker fashion, and we can get people hired faster. If it's right here and we extend the hours, we plan on, you know, looking at when people can come. Coaches work during the day. You know, they're going to have to make an appointment at some point. You know, we'll look at the hours and what we need to do to accommodate the people who need these fingerprint cards. Some people come with them already, others do not. It brings us another level of security a lot quicker, because without that card, they can't start working.
Right, and I understand that.
Do not put them in a job as of now. Well, we haven't put them in the jobs, but we would not put somebody in a job working for us without a cleared fingerprint card and background check.
And, you know, and we shouldn't. But as I said, I think there's so much we can do with $9,000. And I think spending that annually for the sake of convenience, I don't believe it's beneficial for our district, and especially at a time where we need to scrutinize our spending, because we're asking the community for a lot of money. And if that doesn't pass, this is a big ask, because, yeah, we can do a lot with this money. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, quick question. Does this have any effect on how many volunteers we would be able to have in a year? I know that there's sometimes, or nothing. I just wanted to.
Probably not.
Okay.
Volunteers at.
You know, we turn people away because of the fingerprint costs, like as far as.
No, because.
As far as clearance.
Currently, we are doing those in-house and sending them
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm
off.
sorry, yes.
But I can tell you that process is very cumbersome.
Yes, I know, I've rolled all the
You roll them.
Yes.
Then we have to cut a check.
Yes.
Because they don't take anything else. Then we have to mail them to them. And that process alone could take 10 days before they even get the fingerprints. This way, we could do them electronically. They would go immediately and be done. And within probably anywhere from usually 1 to 3 days, we have results back.
So if we needed a last-minute chaperone, it could be possible.
Absolutely.
It can be also in the sense that through field print, we'd be able to have immediate documentation of approval, whereas now we're waiting for the card to get delivered in the mail, and then you run into somebody who moves, and it gets lost in the mail, or they live in an apartment complex and it goes to the wrong, all those things that can happen. This way we have a direct connection through field print with the employee, and we can get them cleared and volunteered or on the sports field or hired much sooner with confidence that they're approved and they're in compliance with the background check through the DPS card.
President Anderson, we also talked about at a board meeting previously an issue with essentially SPED and some of the outside busing that we do, and a issue that another district had with respect to, those types of things. So I do think there is some benefit, not just wasted in terms of just merely convenience of having the capability of doing it ourselves, getting that quickly, getting the answer quickly in order to fill these positions, but fill these positions with the confidence of, yes, we can go forward with this individual based on the information we have. I recognize that, the cost of it doesn't necessarily seem like a benefit when there's other things, but if we can't get some of the certified or the classified staff that we have, or the volunteer positions or coaching, those types of things, we may lose people in ways that we may not want to, in that they aren't getting the task done, they aren't going to do those things, and so then we have to go someplace else, start the search again, et cetera, because that person fell off. And I think there is some benefit, at least, to being able to say, hey, yes, you agreed, now let's go into this other room and accomplish that task. So I think there is more than just convenience factor. Even though that's the large driving force of this, there is still, I think, some benefit to the overall functionality, because if we can't get somebody in there, then we have to fill that position with somebody else at the present time, subbing, et cetera, and that's still leading to more cost.
President Anderson, Board Member Wade, speaking on the special education piece, with the need of paraprofessionals in our district, we hire those based on student need, not on, any other reason. And when we have to wait that 10 days, and sometimes it's more than that based on where the individual has lived in the past, that's 10 days or more of time that our students' needs aren't being met. And a lot of times, on top of that, that's a classroom disruption, because that additional individual is needed in that classroom to support that student for whatever reason. And so the convenience of this for the special education means that those students' needs that have already been identified by an IEP team would be met much sooner, and minimize the distractions in the classroom that are occurring because that student doesn't have the supports that they need.
President Anderson, the incident that happened in the other district, these employees don't even work for us, so we can't even fingerprint them. So to compare that situation, it's not comparable, because we are using their services. They're being fingerprinted by their own company and then doing a third-party service for us. I get it. Convenience is great. That's why we order pizza instead of cooking. I get it. But ultimately, it costs us. And the bottom line is $9,000 annually. This isn't just a one-time fee. This is every year. And I don't believe right now is the time to consider spending $9,000 when we've gone out and told our teachers that if you don't push this bond and it doesn't pass, your job's going to be cut, or we're going to have to make cuts. We need to consider right now is not the time. Maybe let's see what happens with the elections and then come back to it. To go out to the community and ask for millions of dollars and go, we want to spend $9,000 a year because it's convenient for us. I don't think it's practical, and I don't think it's fair to our taxpayers and our community members. And so because of that, I think that we need to hold off on this and see what happens. But I truly don't think it's fair to say, you know, let's make it easy because, you know, we can't keep doing what we've been doing all these years and spend this money. That's all.
President Anderson? What was the determination on not charging them this $18? Because you want to work in this field, you pay it. And I'm not saying that to say you pay us. It's when I use field print, I have to go somewhere. My fingerprint card doesn't cost me just $67. Cost me $85 or $89 is what it is, I think, because there is that associated fee. So why, I mean, I think that that's definitely great to be able to, I agree, you have them here, do it. But why would we look at waiving that when if you're gonna work in this field, you're gonna have to go somewhere. And I am concerned about the 500 because how many really come with, of our teachers and everything, how many people are we really hiring that don't already have one?
Many of our classified staff do not have a fingerprint card if they've not worked in education before.
So to meet that 500 every year, because they're good for 6 years.
We hired 240 classified staff so far this year.
And some had, some didn't, so.
Yes, I won't deny that. I mean, that is true.
Right, so, I mean, even at that, that's half.
Yeah. We do have tier 2 and tier 3 volunteers that we're already doing, that we already do their fingerprints with ink and mail those in 10 days later or whatever. So you're talking about parents that go on field trips.
Right.
You know, chaperone during the day, things that when they're going to be with the kids for long periods, extended periods of time.
Of course,
So that would help, and those we're already doing, so that would just be added to that number. I get, you know. Why not charge them the 18? I mean, we can, but again, we want to create an environment where we're helping our employees like we did with the CPR and the first aid. We can make them pay for that. But this is a benefit of being an employee here is we're going to help you by giving you the right credentials that you need to, and these are our you're talking about our lowest paid employees, our hourly employees mostly that need this service. So, you know, they might have to wait 2 weeks before they can afford to pay for fingerprints. We can give them the option of having it taken out of their paycheck too, if we want to. That's another benefit to this as well.
But we could do the same thing if we were charging them the $18.
We could charge them the $18, absolutely.
I agree. I think that this is definitely something to explore. And I hear you about the benefit.
Again, we're trying to attract people here. We're trying to get people and give them the smallest of benefits. I understand what you're saying, and if the board wants us to charge the $18 back, we can. We can charge them the 67 plus the 18. That's probably what you paid, right? 89? Or whatever it is, we can charge that fee back to them.
Like I said, my
And maybe
biggest
that's
concern
the
is that.
convenience, is
that
it's
five-
just here instead of having to go down the street.
My biggest concern is that 500 requirement, that,
Yeah, and we thought about that too, but we think we can fulfill that each year at the current rate of hiring, and our volunteers. So we've got volunteers and hiring. And we hire throughout the year. We pay for background checks. We pay a lot of money for background checks and have that done. We're really not asking them, we're asking them to pay for the card and not the fee at this point, but if the board is inclined to want to pay for the fee, then we can do that as well. If the concern is about the 500 and meeting that number, then, there's compromise here, absolutely.
President Anderson, Ms. Johnson, so what happens if we don't meet that 500?
We still have to pay for it. It's a minimum requirement.
Yes, we want to make it convenient for our employees, but, do we provide housing for our employees? Do we, pay childcare? There's so many things we can do to make it life convenient for our employees. But when they apply, they know the requirement is to have a fingerprint, and so that's something that they just have to do. So to say we're going to lose employees because we put this requirement on them and they can't get it here, so they might just quit. No, they applied for a job. They know this is a requirement, so they're going to have to go somewhere and get the service like they've been doing all these years. So, we can do a lot of things to make life just very convenient. Like I said, put little cubbies outside that they can sleep in and they can just wake up and be right at work. But realistically speaking, we are spending taxpayer money, and we need to make sure that, is it needs or is it wants? And in this environment, we need to make sure that it's absolutely necessary. And that's that.
Can I just share that it's just not about convenience, it's about the hiring process. And expediting that hiring process is important to our administrators, to have those people in the classroom, whether they're special ed or just gen ed or a new assistant helping somebody or registrar. It will expedite the process of hiring. So is it a convenience fee? Maybe. Is it expediting and retaining and attracting people? I think it is. So this is something that we've looked at. We feel that, and I say we because we have thought about, we've talked to all the HR staff that will have to do this work because it's not something they currently do other than the volunteer fingerprints. So I believe that it will expedite our hiring process and give us an advantage in that way. And is it worth the money? I don't know. That's why we bring it to you. That's why we let you decide.
Can you remind me, it's been a while, when they go to places and they get fingerprinted, wasn't it at some point in time where they could just bring you the receipt, the paperwork, and say, hey, I got printed and that was sufficient enough, and then they could begin their job?
Yes, and unfortunately, we've had issue with that. So we are no longer allowing them to start their position until they have their card.
That makes sense.
And they are cleared.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that is something of the past today, and it will no longer be done.
Okay.
Until they are officially cleared and that we can see that and we can prove it, they do not stop.
Okay. And then I just found out over break because my fingerprint card was expiring and I needed to get it on the break. And I thought, dear God, I got to drive down to wherever it is. I think it's in Mesa, was the one. And but now I can just do it online. The renewals are now online, which is nice. But it used to be we'd have to come back in and get printed again. So that takes away some of the numbers. You're going to have your initial prints and then that's it. There's no more. And so I see where our numbers could be affected, or just meeting that requirement if that's what we're holding on to as an issue.
Well, there's not many places that do the wet prints anymore, because when you go through the DPS website to renew your fingerprint card, it is online, and it takes you right to field print. And then it tells you the different locations you can go to, and you set an appointment and you go, and it takes 2 minutes, because you get your application's filled out online, and you go and they're electronic. It takes 2 minutes if you have cooperative prints. But the last time I hear you on the last time I did mine, like I said, it was at Higley and Baseline, a little mail place. By the time I got home, I already had an email that it was completed and done, and my new card was being sent, because the electronic is much faster.
Yeah, the same here. Like I was like, oh, that's great.
Right.
Mr. Walker, where is that other location at? Are there cross streets for that one?
I don't know off the top of my head, no. I haven't looked to see that. When I got mine, it was at Kyrene and Hardy. So, I mean, it's, yeah, that's not close, so.
Yeah, the closest one here is Higley and Baseline that I know of, when I did mine 2 years ago.
Okay, I motion that the governing board approve the agreement with FieldPrint for fingerprinting services.
Second.
Amanda seconded. All those in favor?
I'll say aye.
Aye. You said aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm sorry, was that a nay, and a nay? Okay, and it's a nay for B as well. So motion fails. Sorry, let me take my notes real quick. Okay.
President Anderson, can I just say something? That if the motion could come back with the $18, it might be something, I don't know, to consider at that time.
Okay, I think that's valid. Thank you. Oops, moving on to 8.3, the consideration of possible selection of superintendent search firm. Are there any comments or questions? I mean, we're gonna go through it, but I just wanted to bring up I talked to Ms. Richards earlier and asked about, what would it be like if the in-house was considered? And it doesn't have to be fully in-house, but maybe there could be more of an involvement of our administration this time. And are there any firms that are versatile like that? And so I would like to put it out there that, hey, is that something that when you go out for the search, if the board likes to say, do we have a more flexible team or firm?
Absolutely. Yes. We can go out as a requirement of the quote that we would like that to be a collaborative search committee of both the board members, if that's what you're asking for, is both the board members and some administrators? Is that what you're asking for?
I wasn't thinking board members, but if that's what other board members would like, I was just thinking more of cabinet and being involved with the firm, but it's open for discussion right now, of course.
Can I interject and just say, in some of the discussions that I've had, sometimes they'll come back with different models or whatever for you guys to look at. Like, let's say it's ASA I'm just using that as an example, they might come back and say, hey, here's a model a district used where the board worked with cabinet or district administration at this phase, that phase, or whatever. So I'm not suggesting anything, believe me.
I think if we go with a firm, I think we can tell them what we want.
I didn't know if it existed. I didn't even know that was an option with our last experience.
Well, I think that can always be a discussion and saying, this is what we want, this is how we want the people to be involved, this is the process.
President Anderson, I'm a little confused as to so you just want the search process to involve administration?
I'm open. It can be just that part. It can be more involved in other parts as well. I just wanted to say if there was an option where we didn't have to fully rely on a firm and just be given information, if we had more people in our team involved this time.
President
So
Anderson.
are you just asking, because we've done that before, are you asking primarily that our HR department handle the process, that maybe the firm feeds us people?
I don't have the big picture vision. I just wanted to bring forward an idea of this time, instead of solely being the firm, if there was a way to involve, that they could work with the firm. I don't know at what point in process. It was just an idea. If there were any firms out there that were flexible, and like Ms. Richards said, maybe they have some plans out there, like, hey, this is how we can involve your team.
Then you might be able to decide, we like this firm, this group, or whatever, and then get down to what it looks like. But I haven't done it either, and I'm not coaching you guys, but I think we could get information and bring it back to you so you could have a discussion. Am I off track? Okay.
I think we can figure out how all that works once we determine a firm.
Yeah.
President Anderson, I think you're asking too because it would save us money as well, I would think, if we're just using partial services. I know that Mrs. Johnson previously, we talked about that your expertise, you would prefer to have a firm come in to help, but if it's something that could save us money as well.
So I guess you're asking the HR department, myself, to go ahead and get quotes. Is that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, with different types of models. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And we did start, last time we started in October, correct?
We actually started a little bit sooner.
Yeah, sooner
So
than
we're a
now.
little behind at this point, but not terribly behind if we move forward soon.
And I just ask that we do not do what we did last time, where we were put on the spot at a board meeting when we were not expecting to be.
Got it.
Thank you.
I motion that the governing board requests the district administration to acquire quotes for conducting a superintendent search.
Second.
That was Anna for a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Future agenda items. We had already had a request, maybe it goes in status for the 40th day ADM information. That was yours, correct? That 40th day average daily membership,
yes.
but that might be to status. So, are there any other items that we wanted to add or request for discussion?
I do have a couple more. So I would like to discuss all laws related to curriculum and book selections. There's actually a lot. And just the process of, the laws that relate to board member approval of these things. And so I'll send a list of all that I was able to find, and then we can go from there. Another item is the counselor policy. And then, I would like to look at like a sample of the vector training, if possible.
Yeah, I mean, we can figure out a way. I mean, there's multiple modules. Kind of, if you can be more specific about exactly what you want to see, we can make it work. We'll figure something out.
Maybe just go through a couple modules just to see, like, you know, what the training looks like, what kind of information that they're.
Sure.
I'm just curious, and it'd be good to see it. And then another question I have is, I know Department of Ed, Superintendent Horn has a new SRO grant, and we've talked about this all the time, but I really want to see if we can get some of this grant to help pay for the SRO, even if it's for a year. And I know it's first come, first serve. So if we can see if we can take advantage of that, and how, you know, if they would be willing to give us this grant to cover, knowing the situation and just knowing how much Queen Creek is charging. So
We're working towards that as we speak. So we've already been in contact with Chief Bryce from Queen Creek and also with the grant application process. So.
Oh, perfect. So I don't know if you'll have enough information back in time for the next meeting, but at some point, I'd love to discuss that. That's all I have.
Any others? Moving on to adjournment, I motion that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
That's Amanda for second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Good night, everybody, or almost good morning. Just kidding.